Some people might hear this story and think I deserve what happened to me. I would be the first person not to argue with them though, so please don't think I'm telling this story in order to garner any sort of sympathy or something. The area I grew up in was pretty rural. The school buses didn't even come to pick me up for school. My parents had to drive me. That continued until I was a teenager, and I got my own license and could drive myself. I enjoyed growing up in a place like that though, with so much area to explore, and I explored it a lot of the time. Sometimes it would be with my cousins when they came over to visit us, but more often I would just be going out into the forest and hills all by myself. There was one thing I was taught from a very young age though, whenever I was out exploring. It was made very clear to me that I was not supposed to bother anyone who might be found out in the hills. If I came across any hunters, any hermits, any buildings or barns or anything, I was not to interact with them in any way. My parents told me there could be some very strange people out in the hills, and it was best not to engage with them. I always followed this rule very closely. I actually had some family members who lived in extremely rural areas. This included an uncle of mine who built himself a really small shack out of plywood and lived in it year-round, hunting his own food and stuff like that. I only ever saw him once in a really great while growing up, but he certainly wasn't the kind of guy you would want to come across in the middle of nowhere. A few times when I had gone out hiking, I saw an old cabin down in a holler, far off from my house. I was always curious to go up to the cabin and check it out, but I knew that was a very bad idea. It was against everything I'd been taught about going out in these woods, so I never really attempted to go down and get a closer look. I would always go in a different direction, or if I was with my cousins, I wouldn't even go that way at all. When I was 14 years old, though, my curiosity finally began getting the better of me. Now, although I didn't set out with a plan to go and check out the cabin on this day, I was out and hiking that direction. I hadn't even been thinking of the cabin, but the moment I saw it, my curiosity just absolutely piqued. It didn't take much before I decided I wanted to go down and take a look at this thing. Looking at the cabin, even from a distance, was what changed my mind. I had never seen anything that would indicate to me that it was not an abandoned building. I had come across other abandoned buildings before. Most of them were broken down and not interesting. But this cabin was interesting to me, not only because it was a cabin in the woods, and who's not curious about that, but also because it was mainly intact. I decided to just get a little bit closer. I started slowly going down the hill, wondering if this was a bad idea or not. Of course, the nervousness of doing something I knew I was not supposed to be doing was a bit overwhelming for me. As I got closer and closer, I didn't see anything that would indicate the place was not abandoned. I was hoping I would even be able to find a way in and explore it. I didn't expect to find the Book of the Dead or anything like that. But the building was obviously really old. Maybe there could be some interesting antiques in there. I got a better look than I ever had before. There was a porch on the opposite side that I had never seen before. It was pretty run down. There was moss covering large parts of the cabin, and most of the wood had turned a strange gray color. It also smelled very strangely and very unpleasant, although I was unable to place the exact smell. This convinced me beyond a shadow of a doubt that this place had to be abandoned. Still, I was a bit nervous as I climbed the stairs on the porch. Everything was dead quiet, and like the old cliché, I thought it was way too quiet. I couldn't even hear any animal noises, which was very rare for the area we lived in. Maybe I was blocking them out because I was so fascinated by this cabin, though. I went up to the door, listening to the wood creaking under my feet. Getting up to it, I was getting even more nervous. On some level, I hoped the door would be locked or jammed shut, anything that would make it difficult for me to get in. Then I could just give up and go home. When I reached out and tried to open it, though, I found it was not locked in any way. In fact, I was able to push it open very easily. Looking into the cabin, I was even more convinced no one could be living there. It was extremely nasty inside. Everything was covered in mildew and moss. It looked like no one had been inside the place for 30 years. It made me feel a lot better about the trespassing. I left the door open behind me as I went in to explore the building. There was some primitive and really old furniture in the front room. Nothing I was interested in actually touching, though. There were some old books lying on a table, but they had been so destroyed by the elements that they would crumble if I even poked them. It was an old building, and I was surprised it had more than one room in it. There was a door which I figured led to either a bedroom or a closet. I decided that I had come this far already. I might as well open that door and see what was behind it. I went over to the door and slowly began to open it. When I had totally pulled it open, I noticed it was a completely different room. It was like an old bedroom, having some furnishings inside it. They were just as old and decaying as the rest of the cabin was. That was when I noticed some movement on the bed, though. I hadn't thought it was possible, and I hadn't noticed it at first, but there was someone laying down there. They blended in perfectly with the moss, decay, and grime. They almost seemed like part of the furnishing at first. As this person got up, I realized it was an older guy. My presence in the cabin must have woken him up. He seemed bewildered at first, but that didn't last long. The man started yelling at me in some sort of gibberish language. I couldn't make out his words, but I could definitely tell he was not happy with me being there. The man grabbed a rifle off the floor of the room. I knew I had to get out of this cabin as quickly as possible. "Gonna shoot you!" I heard the man shout at me as he was trying to get up off the bed. He mumbled some more stuff about it being his house, and I could tell how angry the guy was. Terrified, I turned and ran back into the front room of the cabin. Then I ran out the front door, leaving it open behind me. I decided to run a little ways down the holler, then try to get up the hill from there. As I was going, I heard a gunshot go off. I was so terrified by this, I simply dropped to the ground. I wasn't hit or anything, but that wasn't enough to keep me from being scared. I looked back and saw the guy standing out by the cabin. He didn't appear to be chasing me. I had to crawl my ways away, not giving the man another shot at me. I didn't hear any more shots. That made me believe the guy was only trying to scare me maybe, but I couldn't know for sure. He was pretty decrepit, so he could have just been a really bad shot. I had to get to my feet but try to keep down and get up the hill somehow. I felt a lot safer once I'd gotten away. I don't know the situation about the cabin, and I never went near that place again. I always made sure to steer clear of other buildings I found in the woods after. I was 12 when I flew on a plane for the first time, or at least the first time I remember flying on a plane. We were going to visit SeaWorld in Orlando, Florida, and I was really excited. It would be our first family vacation in quite a long time, and I looked forward to the days off from school to spend some time with my family. I was a bit nervous about flying because I didn't remember how it had gone the first technical time, but my parents assured me the process was simple and that I'd be perfectly fine. All we needed was to pass through security and then it would be smooth sailing. At least I thought so. We'd done the whole thing of taking off our shoes, putting any extra items from our bags into the bins, and putting our luggage through the X-ray machine. Everything was going fine, so my parents said the last thing we needed to do was go through the metal detector, and then we'd be free to go. When it was my turn, however, the machine beeped, and an older man dressed in a TSA uniform stopped me. He said he would need to give me a pat down. I motioned to my parents to wait for me while he took me to the side. My mom looked like she was about to say something, but thought better of it. Maybe one of my zippers had messed with the machine, or perhaps it was just a misfire. Of course, these things I'd only thought of in hindsight years later. In the moment, I was really nervous. I'd never gone through something like this before, but my parents assured me from across the machine that everything would be fine and to do what the agent said. The next few minutes were terrifying. At first, the agent was entirely professional, just lightly tapping my sides and going over my pockets, but when he reached my hips, I immediately felt his hand grip me hard. Even though I'd never gone through something like this before, something in my gut knew this was intentional. The agent was breathing heavily. I can still feel his breath on my face even years later. He leaned in real close to my ear and said something that shook me to my core. "How old are you? You're really sexy." I'd never felt so gross in my entire life. Even after I went through my teen years and all that came with it, I remember squeaking out a random number. The guy frowned and let me go with a big sigh. I ran over to my parents, feeling like I might cry, but not wanting to let the guy get the satisfaction of seeing so. My mom immediately honed in on that fact. She knew well my about to cry face. She took me to the bathroom for some privacy and asked me what was wrong. Thankfully, the bathroom didn't have too many people. Once they left, I was able to let it all out. My mom hugged me as the tears stained her shirt and told me, "We'll fix this. It'll be all right." Once I'd cried my lungs out and she helped me clean up, we exited the restroom to meet my, at this point, very concerned dad. My mom brought him up to speed, and as soon as she mentioned what the agent said, he stormed back to the security line and demanded to speak to someone in charge. I didn't want to be anywhere near that guy again, so me and my mom stayed back and kind of out of sight. The guy was still at his spot near the metal detector, and when he saw my dad storming towards him with a furious look on his face, his eyes went big as saucers and he called someone on his radio. My dad lost it on the guy, swearing and making sure everyone around them knew what he'd done. Now, my dad's not a violent man, but I swear if that guy said one more word before a supervisor came, he would have knocked him out. The supervisor looked initially confused, but as my dad explained what happened, they immediately took action. 2 men grabbed the agent's arms and all but dragged him away, I think to an office. Security came to question us a moment later. Both my parents held my hand as I described what happened. The officers that interviewed us were very kind actually. They said they would deal with him properly and hoped we'd enjoy our flight. We tried our best, but needless to say, the excitement was shattered the moment that man touched me. The trip was fun, but I remember it being kind of muted. Like the shadow of that airport incident loomed over the journey. Everything went a lot better on the return flight home. I remember feeling so much anxiety though, whenever a TSA agent so much as looked at me. My parents must have felt the same way, because they stuck close to me all throughout. Luckily, the man from before was nowhere to be seen. The next time I go on a plane, I hope it stays that way. That goes for all creepy people at airports. In high school, I was left alone a lot on the weekends. My parents were separated at the time, and I lived with my mom, while my dad lived in an apartment in the next town over. My mom often went out with friends to party and drink, and often crashed at their houses to prepare for the next night. That meant I was left alone for 2 days until Monday, which honestly I was fine with. My mom and I didn't have the best relationship to say the least, but since she was the more financially stable parent, I was forced to live with her when I would have taken my dad any day. That's another story though. What I'm here to talk about is a night where I was home alone. Not unusual in itself, but what happened during that span of time definitely was. My mom was gone, of course, out partying or nursing a hangover probably. I set out to tidy up around the house a bit and make myself some dinner. After finding out there wasn't really much to eat though, as my mom rarely went shopping unless she absolutely needed to, I set myself up for ordering a pizza. Luckily, the local shop delivered, so I thought I was all set to fend off my hunger for a couple of days. I ordered a large pizza with a side of pasta and watched a few episodes of Say Yes to the Dress while waiting. Cut to an hour later though, and my pizza still had not arrived. I called up the shop and they said they were running a bit behind, but my order should be there relatively soon. I said thanks and resigned myself to waiting it out, my stomach growling all the while. I was really gonna tear into that pizza as soon as I opened the box. Then a knock came at the front door. We usually used the back door to go in and out, but kept the front open for deliveries. I looked out through the peephole and saw a girl about my age. She had a hat on with the shop's logo and was rifling through a carrying bag for my order. Breathing a sigh of relief, I opened the door. The girl immediately shot up to look at me, as if she hadn't actually expected me to answer. "Oh, here's your order," she said, thrusting the pizza and pizza boxes into my hands. I don't have any cash on me, so I can't do any change tonight. Bad night for tips, huh?" I asked, setting the boxes down on the floor. I guess you could say that." The girl laughed nervously. My stomach rumbled as I gave her the cash. I was just about to say goodbye and close the door when the girl suddenly said in a frantic voice, "Wait!" I opened the door back up. That's when I noticed the bruises dotting the girl's arm for the first time. She was wearing a t-shirt, and I could see these marks that looked like someone had grabbed her hard around the upper arm. All I could really say was, "Are you okay?" The girl looked dejected and really small at that moment. "No, I try to keep it to myself, but the reason I don't have any cash on me is I just got robbed." She broke down, telling me that she'd been making pretty good tips that night from working all afternoon and was about to go home when her boss told her she had to work overtime. It was either that or, in his words, "don't bother coming back to work." She really needed the money, so when my order came in, she went. She couldn't find my house easily because the GPS was being wonky, so when someone flagged her car down and asked if she was lost, she gratefully stopped and rolled down her window. Big mistake. Her second mistake was forgetting to lock her passenger door. The guy ripped it open and jumped in beside her. He shoved a knife in her face and grabbed her arm and demanded she give him any money she had. He said he wouldn't hurt her if she did, and to do it quickly. Fortunately, the guy actually kept his word, and once he bagged all the cash he had, a total of $100, he got out and vanished, leaving her alone and unable to process what just happened. I didn't know what to say. The girl said she didn't know what to do other than to come to my house and see if she could use my phone. The whole event didn't even seem real. She didn't know how she was going to explain the whole thing to her boss either. She was scared she was going to get fired for it. I let her inside and gave her the phone to call her boss and the police, who came to pick her up and the car. I don't know what happened to the girl after she left. I don't even know her name. I hope she got out from under her shitty boss and found a better job, one where she won't be in danger of being robbed again. I didn't tell my mom about the whole ordeal either. I continued to stay home alone on the weekends for a bit, but I didn't order pizza from that shop for a long while after. I felt bad the robbery had happened so close to my home, and I didn't want another delivery person to go through that just because I was home alone and a bit hungry. This isn't a very long story, but it was pretty scary to me when it happened. Hell, it still gives me chills when I think about it. I lived in a lot of places when I was growing up, both urban and rural. For the majority of my life, though, I lived in the city, including most of the years in which I was growing up. There were a few years in my early teens that we lived out in the country, though. It was quite a bit of a change for me, and it was very hard to get used to. We lived in a pretty nice house up on a hill by itself. It was surrounded by a lot of other hills, trees, and things of that nature. It's important to know that there were no people close by, and we didn't really know anyone in the area. I was 13 years old, and I had been left home alone one evening. I got a call from my parents telling me they weren't sure when they would be getting back. It was storming really badly, and they didn't want to risk getting into an accident on the way home. I was okay with being home alone for a while. I really enjoyed storms, so I was just going to have a night home by myself watching some television. The storm was really going strong. I was sitting in the living room watching TV and having a nice time for a couple of hours after my parents had called. There was a loud booming crack of thunder that caused me to look out the front window though, and when I did, I almost jumped out of my seat in surprise. I could see there was a strange man standing at my window, looking in at me. After another lightning bolt flashed soon after, he was already gone. I could still hear him out there, pounding on my front door. It was a really loud and fast pounding. Well, I wasn't about to answer that door for him. I was really scared. I ran into the kitchen and grabbed a knife from the cutting block. I went and sat back down on the couch, facing the door with my knife pointed at it. The pounding probably didn't last very long, but it seemed like forever to me. I was really happy I'd grown up in the city and kept the door locked even when I was home. I wasn't worried about the guy going to another door. Suddenly, the knocking stopped altogether. It didn't come back either. The storm kept raging throughout the night, and I continued to sit there with the knife in my hand, not sure if the guy had actually left or not. I kept waiting for him to come back, but he never did, fortunately. That was the only really scary thing to happen to me back when I lived out there. It wasn't long after that we went back to the city. I don't really live out in the country per se, but I do live in a rural town. Well, I don't really live in town, but rather on the side of a hill just outside of town. There's a gym in town, and the hill is right behind it. There are a few houses up on that hill too, though not too close together. My house is on the very top. I also live by myself. I rented the house from the owner for about 10 years now, and have even stayed living there after this incident happened. And the reason I mention the gym is because I had a membership there. The gym was also open 24 hours, which I admit was a little bit weird for a small town. The best part about that, though, was that I could work out at any time of night and no one else would be at the gym. I much preferred working out alone, plus I've always been a night person. It was perfect for me. For the most part, I never really had any problem with it. Not only did this happen in the middle of the night, it also happened around the Christmas holiday. It was very cold outside. The people who live in this area are mostly used to warmer weather throughout the year, so they tended to keep indoors even more during this time than they did during the rest of the year. Normally, I would have headed to the gym around 11:30 or so I would get there just a little after midnight. I'd never learned to drive and still haven't to this day, so I always walked to the gym. On this night, though, I ended up leaving a little bit late. I'm not sure why. Probably something on the internet that caught my interest and kept me from leaving on time. Not an unusual thing to happen. There weren't any lights along the road up the hill. At the most, one of the few houses there might have their porch light on. Otherwise, the walk was a very dark one. I had made it so many times, though, that it was completely second nature to me. It was different this time, though, because of how hard it was snowing outside. That somehow made it seem even darker, if you understand what I mean. It's so much harder to see where you're going in the snow. Plus, you have to pay attention to where you're walking much more carefully. You don't want to take a slip, especially if you're walking down a big hill. It was very cold, very dark, and very quiet outside. I wasn't really scared, though. I was used to being in the dark by now, and I knew that normally no scary things were out there hiding in it. As I walked by the other houses, I noticed that no one really was awake at this time of night. Not only were all the porch lights off, but the inside lights were all out too. I didn't have a chance of getting some extra light for seeing my way. After a while, I began to hear some crunching in the snow. It took me a few moments, but I realized that someone else was out here walking as well. That was unusual, but I didn't immediately think anything was wrong about it. There were other people living out here on the hill, so it wasn't inconceivable that someone else decided to take a walk at night. However, this was the first time I had ever encountered someone. Naturally, I turned to look around. It was no different than hearing any noise you would normally hear and turning to look at it, but I didn't see anyone there. I kept walking, and the whole time I could hear someone else walking behind me. Every time I turned to see if someone was out there, though, I couldn't find them. It was too dark outside, and the snow was falling too heavily to see much of anything. I didn't really think much about it, though. I just kept on my way. When going downhill, the first building you come to is the gym, so when I got to the parking lot, I sprinted over to the door. I scanned my card to get in, then closed the door behind me. As I was closing the door, I noticed someone walking up to the gym as well. He didn't come all the way up to the door, though. He stood at the very end, just out of my line of sight. It didn't really start getting weird until right around then. The guy out there was obviously not a gym member. He didn't have a card to get in, and he didn't try to get me to let him in either. I wouldn't have if he tried, but other people had tried in the past. As I was working out, he remained outside the building. That would have been weird enough, but he kept walking back and forth. There was lighting outside the gym, so I was able to see him better than when I was walking earlier. It didn't reveal much of anything, though. All he was doing was walking back and forth, from one end of the gym to the other, his hands in his pockets and his hat pulled down to cover his face. I work out usually for about an hour and a half. First, I do 45 minutes of cardio with 10 minutes of cool down, followed by some weightlifting. The reason I mention this is because the man stayed out there the entire time. Despite the cold and snow, he did not leave. The entire time, he kept creeping around the building. Hell, I even tried drawing my workout out just to give this guy time to leave, but it didn't seem to matter. He kept himself right outside the place, walking right where I could see him. After the workout ended, I really didn't know what to do. I took a shower, even though I would usually wait until I got home to do that, but this guy was still out there. I was worried. Even if someone else had come into the gym at this time, it wouldn't have helped. I would have still had to walk home, and if this person meant me ill, they would still be out there. I went into one of the tanning rooms, which had heavy wooden doors, and locked it from the inside. I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. Eventually, I fell asleep in the chair. I woke up to someone pounding on the door. At first, I was terrified. That didn't ease up when I heard them telling me they were the police. I mean, if someone was trying to get through the door, they would have been able to lie. I did go ahead and open it though, and it really was the police. Turns out, while I was hiding in the tanning room, someone had busted open the glass door. They were gone, however, by the time the police showed up. They had already checked the cameras, and it showed them it was not me who did it, so I didn't get into any trouble. They weren't able to tell who the intruder was, though, and wanted to know if I'd seen anything. I explained to them what I had seen earlier, which didn't really help since I never got a great look at the guy. It got further bad because I was too scared to go walking out at night for a while. I had to adjust my schedule and work out during the day. It's even worse, thinking it might have been someone who lived up on that hill. Unfortunately, I never found out who it was, and that made things difficult for quite a while after. When a couple of friends, let's call them Gary and Martha, told me they were going to sell their car on Craigslist for tuition money, I thought it was a bit sketchy at best. I was also in a similar boat though. COVID money had started to run out, and classes were coming up. I tried not to judge. We were all desperate for money to make ends meet, and if selling on a sketchy site famously known for hosting ads by a serial killer floats your boat, you do you. Anyway, I tried really hard not to judge. Lots of people have sold and bought things on Craigslist without any trouble, so I wished them luck, but kept tabs on how the situation was going from time to time. They said they had a few offers, but nothing substantial, either well below their asking price or the buyer was flaky with messages or extremely weird. Nothing too crazy though. That was until they got a message from someone named Chris. Chris said that he was in a real pinch and had been looking for a car before his wife gave birth to their baby. He wasn't having much luck and said he was even willing to pay more than their original asking price. My friends were thrilled and messaged him back right away to set up a time to meet and look over the car. They thought they'd really hit a stroke of good fortune. I was optimistic for them and hoped Chris liked the car. From what I heard, they were going to meet that Friday afternoon, about a week after their first message. Chris would be getting a ride from a friend, and they planned to take the car for a test drive around the block before making any final decisions. My friends thought this sounded reasonable, so they busied themselves with cleaning the car and making it as nice as possible. They told me about the travel courses they could take with the extra money. They'd been eyeing a 2-week cultural course in Costa Rica for quite some time. As far as I know, they were probably registering for it as they messaged me. However, the day didn't quite go as planned. Martha was called into an extra shift at work, meaning Gary would be home alone to meet Chris and his friend. Gary thought it would be alright, if just a little awkward, as Martha was usually the social butterfly of the two. He told her he'd push through it though, and she went on her way. Gary later said he waited a long time for Chris to show up. They lived in a house-style apartment down the street from campus, basically a house split in half the vertical way, with a pretty open parking space. You couldn't miss it if anyone turned in. Chris was supposed to get there by noon, but he turned out to be an hour late. Gary happened to be looking out his window, just on the verge of calling and canceling, when an unfamiliar green Chevy pulled into the parking space. Gary was just relieved it didn't end up being a waste of time. He went out to greet them. Chris looked exactly like who he said he was, a young man in his mid-20s. He had short, cropped brown hair and a skinny frame, essentially an average father-to-be looking man. His friend was a slightly bigger guy that didn't seem to have a lot to say. They went over to the car and Chris seemed to like what he was seeing. Gary said he almost gushed about how his wife would love it, how it was perfect for the baby and all that. It was almost overwhelming. Anyway, they went for the test drive to seal the deal. Chris hopped in the driver's seat while Gary sat shotgun. Chris's friend took the seat behind Gary, and off they went with Gary directing. The plan was to take a couple of turns around some side streets, go through campus, then turn around, and take a parallel road back to their apartment. Everything seemed to be going fine at first. Chris was still talking Gary's ear off, and Gary was thinking the sale was all but final. The friend was still quietly idling in the back seat. Campus was pretty busy that day, so they got some good testing of the brakes due to jaywalkers. Chris didn't seem to mind. The problem came when they were supposed to start heading back. Gary directed Chris to the turn, but instead of taking it, he shot right past it and started to head out of town. He said it was because they wanted to do a little more driving, to see how it did on more remote roads. Gary felt a little weirded out, but he thought he might as well go along with it. Wasn't much he could do anyway. They continued to drive. The road became surrounded by thick walls of trees on either side and developed dangerous curves the further they went along. Chris had gone completely quiet at this point. Gary was really starting to sweat. He didn't know what was going on here exactly, but this was not what he'd signed up for. He told Chris he wanted to head back to make the sale final and clean up before Martha came home, but Chris ignored him. He started to reach for the door handle, but Chris pushed the driver's side button to lock it. Gary asked him what the hell he was doing, and that's when all hell broke loose. Chris's friend in the back seat lunged at him with something like a wire in his hand and tried to wrap it around Gary's neck. He saw black spots at the end of his vision as the wire started to dig into his skin and tighten around his throat. He remembered flailing his hands back at the guy, slapping, scratching, punching, anything to get himself free, but it was no use. He couldn't get a breath in. His entire face felt hot, and he could hear pounding in his ears. His eyes started to roll back in his head. He could vaguely hear Chris shouting something like, "Stop, you're gonna kill him, dude!" That's when Gary blacked out. He doesn't know how or why, but against all odds, Chris's accomplice stopped and he somehow survived. He woke up lying on the side of the road somewhere outside of town. He was filthy and covered in mud. It was the late afternoon and raining, so he must have been out for quite a while. He said he sat up eventually and looked around. He was surrounded by trees with no civilization in sight. Chris and the car were both gone. His neck throbbed and ached whenever something brushed up against it. He didn't know how far he was from town, so on stiff and sore legs he got up and started walking. Thankfully, he was going in the right direction and soon saw the towering campus buildings in the distance. He said he almost cried and laughed at the same time when he saw it. Martha was frantic when he got home. He left his phone and wallet on the counter and didn't leave a note, so she didn't know where he possibly could have gone. When he told her what happened with Chris, she just collapsed and sobbed into his chest for a while. Though they did make a police report, they eventually just said screw Chris and screw the car when nothing came up. They and I guessed that carjacking them had been the plan all along. It worked out better for them to get Gary alone and vulnerable. I'm not sure why the friend was so violent about it, but we concluded it was better not to question it. Long story short, my friends don't sell anything on Craigslist or online without a valid ID anymore. I was just fresh off a major split-up when some friends of mine encouraged me to use Tinder. After witnessing my friend use it himself, I decided to give it a go. What could possibly go wrong, I thought. I spent hours on end swiping and swiping. Some matched, some didn't. It was pretty fun. Then I swiped Linda, and to my surprise we matched, a decision I'd end up regretting later. We spoke for a few weeks on and off and got to know each other. She seemed like a nice enough girl at first. She was a bit older than me, yet looked a whole lot younger. She wasn't fussed about going out for a meal or a cinema trip or anything traditionally romantic, so we arranged to meet up at a bar instead. At first glance, she was barely recognizable from her profile picture. She looked a lot older and had clearly gained a lot of weight since it was taken. Already the first red flag was starting to show. That's not the major problem though. We got our drinks and got into some good conversations. We actually seemed to have quite a lot in common. Maybe a bit too much, actually. My instincts were telling me that perhaps she had done some research on me somehow and was doing her best to try and impress me. There came a point of awkward silence. I thought I'd say something to kind of break the ice, but instead she beat me to it. "Alright, well, let's talk about sex," she said. I was too stunned to get my head around how forward and straight to the point she was. She asked me about my sex life and what stuff I got up to with my previous partners. We exchanged our stories, but to be honest, mine didn't seem half as exciting as her dramatic ones. I made some stuff up. I never felt comfortable talking about this to someone on a first date anyway. It was at this point she would reveal something to me that made me sick from the pit of my stomach. She told me she liked bondage and that she liked to torture and abuse people just for fun. One story in particular she told me was that she had tricked a man into getting into bed with her and how shocked he was to lie down and discover the bed was full of thumbtacks. At this point, I was very quickly slurping my drink, getting out my excuses to get ready to leave. That's when she told me her final story. She told me that only the week before meeting me, she'd met a man from Tinder and got him to take her to his own flat. She said she was well prepared and had a bag full of items in her car. Bondage tools, she said. To my horror, she told me she had wrapped him up in cling film over and over again, from head to toe until he was almost mummified. She had then left him there on his own in the flat and abandoned him. She laughed as she impersonated his mumbles and pleas for help. "Yeah, he's probably dead by now," she said, chuckling as she sipped on her drink casually. At this point, I thought I needed to get out of there. There was no more point in staying. I didn't even want to question if that was a joke or not. I just got up and left. She attempted to grab and kiss me, but I swerved out of her way. I just got up and left as soon as I could. Safe to say, I never met her again, and I hope I never will either. I did report her soon after, but the police didn't seem to take it very seriously, and I never heard anything back for a follow-up. So who wants to hear about a repressed memory I recovered in therapy? You do, apparently. When I was in 6th grade, I was in band, clarinet to be precise. I wanted to play the saxophone, but my grandpa had an old clarinet, so that was what the compromise ended up being. The band instructor was a middle-aged woman, who I'm going to refer to as Mrs. Frond. I'm watching Bob's Burgers while writing this, so yeah, so as to protect identities. Anyways, I didn't have a lot of friends exactly, so I supplemented that with extra lessons after school. After a while, Mrs. Frond started offering me extra lessons at her house. Even then though, that made me somewhat uncomfortable, so I refused to do so. She was very persistent though, and would offer at least once a week if not more. Eventually, I stopped going in for those extra lessons. One day, Mrs. Frond announced that we had been invited to be in a Christmas parade downtown. That was pretty exciting. The school was only a year old, so it was great exposure, and best of all, it would be fun for all us kids. We were ecstatic. We put our all into the extra rehearsals, and the school made sure we had whatever we needed. Permission slips were signed, everything went pretty much perfectly. The day of the parade, we all met up at our designated area. As we got dropped off, Mrs. Frond told the parents where to pick us up at the end. Her and some parade officials were the ones watching over us as our parents left. The parade started and everything was going smoothly, at least from my perspective. I was so nervous though, there could have been a 5-float pileup and I wouldn't even have registered. At the end, everyone was getting picked up after a great performance, and I was the last one there, left alone with Mrs. Frond. She immediately grabbed my hand after the last kid left our site and told me I could just call my mom from her house. She started booking it, me in tow. I had very little experience being on my own, and I didn't know how to react in this kind of situation. Despite the fact I had recently been somewhat uncomfortable around her, I went along with what was going on. Looking back, it probably didn't look that unusual to anyone around. She wasn't exactly intimidating, and it's not like I was being dragged against my will. I kept up pretty well. I can't tell you where in particular she was taking me, but it was definitely further out than where everyone else had parked. Her car was the only one in sight, and she started making a beeline towards it. It was one of those dark blue-green SUVs that pretty much everyone had in the late 90s. Suddenly, though, I heard my name being called from behind me. I turned and saw my mom, panting and sprinting towards us. Mrs. Frond's grip tightened, and she began to speed up quite a bit. My mom caught up to us and yanked me from her grip without a single word. She rushed me over to our own car, and we went home soon after. She proceeded to fawn all over me, which was confusing because I had been pretty much ignored 99% of the time at home usually. I had no idea what had just happened. I never saw Mrs. Frond in school or heard anything about her ever again. I don't even remember her first name to try and look her up, and my family refused to ever speak of the incident. Like many, I've been quarantining in my house in California, mostly spending the time hopping on work calls and gaining weight. A friend told me to share this story, so here goes. One night last month, around 10:30 or so, I was eating some dinner. I live in a rural area where the houses are spaced farther apart, and the main town square has got to be at least 2 miles from where I live, i.e. the area where the police department is. All of a sudden, I get a knock on the door. It was odd at this hour, but I opened it anyways since I was expecting a package. Instead of that though, I found these 3 men in dirty yellow hazmat suit type things with face shields as well. I was taken aback and mumbled something like, hello? One guy was holding a clipboard and introduced themselves as a disinfection team sent by the county. Apparently, groups of them had been going around the towns in that county to inspect houses and make sure they were sanitized. I wasn't exactly buying this, so I asked them to give me a minute and called my neighbor. I asked my neighbor about the disinfection team, and he told me it could be a scam, to ask for a warrant or call the cops right away. I went back to the door to ask them for their warrant, and the men were already gone. I walked out into my driveway, completely baffled, and glanced down the street. No cars anywhere in sight, just the warm night air. I contemplated calling the police, but I didn't think it was worth it. I went back inside, locking all the windows, and heading upstairs to watch some TV to calm down. An hour later, I was still watching TV and relaxing when I began to hear some things falling over in my backyard on the patio. I heard it clear as day because the patio was below the bedroom window to my left, which was wide open. I was too lazy to check it out, so I stuck my head out the window to look around. I nearly died on the spot when I saw one of those men in hazmat suits messing with my back door. I reacted quickly. "Hey asshole, cops are on the way!" That sure got his attention. He yelled back something unintelligible and hopped the backyard fence. I then noticed 2 other fuckers running from around the side of my house. They all hopped the fence and ran off into the woods just beyond. I picked up my phone from the nightstand and dialed the local police. I explained this strange situation as best I could. I could still see their yellow figures disappearing out into the woods. The cops came swiftly, and we made a creepy discovery. The 2 guys who had been around the side of my house had been trying to pry open my dining room window with a crowbar. I asked them if they could check for fingerprints, and I shit you not, one of the officers responded with, "What do you think this is, the CIA?" Honestly, that really pissed me off. It seems small-town police officers don't really care, at least the ones where I live. The men had been wearing gloves anyways, it turned out, so it didn't really matter. Let this be a lesson. I hope no one else ever falls victim to this sort of scam. Back when I was in college and I finally got my own car, my usual Friday nights were taking my cousins and my brother to old high school football games, since we were all friends of the sport. The games would usually end by 9:30 in the evening, and after we got done with our late-night fast food joint run, the time would be about 10:30 or so. Whenever I drop someone off at their house, regardless of what time of day it is or how much of a rush I am to go somewhere else, I always make sure to sit in my car and wait until I see them safely enter their home. My mom and dad were the ones who always engraved this into my head, because doing this ensured they actually got home safely. My mom's fears were that they didn't have a key to get inside, and they'd be locked out of their own home. Far worse, maybe there was someone menacingly hiding behind the bushes or against the wall far out of sight. So, like I said, the time was around 10:30 or so, and I pulled up to my last cousin's house. The passenger side of my car that my cousin was sitting in was facing directly in front of his house's driveway. As my cousin was gathering up all of his stuff, I glanced over to my aunt's house to see if I could notice anything or anyone unusual around. That was when I noticed that my uncle was underneath my aunt's car, apparently doing some car work, or so I initially thought. Before my cousin took a step out, I took a closer look, and I didn't think this person was my uncle. I pulled my cousin back into the car and asked him, "Hey, you see that? Who is that?" He was frightened at noticing this. I told him to call his dad to make sure it was not him. As he did so, I pulled the car to the other side of the street just in case things were about to go bad. His dad came out as fast as he could, as did I. Now he and I were confronting this man hiding underneath my aunt's car. The man was underneath in such a way that his legs were the only part of his body that were visible. As it turned out, it was a homeless man who was having a bit of a mental breakdown. We kept on trying to get him to leave. Fortunately, the man did leave peacefully without any violent altercation, but I tell this story to people as a cautionary tale on why you should always make sure to scan the area and wait for your family members, friends, or whoever you're dropping off to make sure they enter their house safely, because you never know what could happen in that split second when you're driving away. This is a long one, so bear with me a bit. 2 years ago, I was working for a company as a person who measures houses. Most people haven't heard of that sort of thing. It's where you essentially have an iPad with you and you go to people's homes and drop floor plans, measure the rooms for carpet and hardwood flooring projects. Anyone can request one, really. I was 25 and female at the time, one of the few women that worked in this position. It was actually a really good job, so they gave me a lot of work. I usually hit between 10 to 14 houses in a day, driving all over multiple towns. This house was my last house of this day, situated right in the middle of nowhere. I was really exhausted. When I got there, I was incredibly annoyed because the customer didn't seem to be home and was late for his appointment. 10 minutes later, he finally pulled up next to my car. He was a middle-aged man, balding, and wearing normal office job attire. A tie, a suit, everything. He seemed a bit awkward, but was very apologetic and let me into his home promptly. Upon entering, I noticed the house was unbelievably spotless and organized. Minimal furniture, and it really smelled like cleaning supplies. It didn't really strike me as odd at first. I also noticed he had 2 cats lounging in the living room. He first started acting weird as I was directed to the first bedroom. "Wow, my cats love you. They don't take to strangers usually." His cats literally hadn't moved or come near me the whole time, though. I just nodded and smiled while I got to work scaling the master bedroom on my iPad. He started inquiring about the electronics I was using. "So, do they keep track of you on that thing?" "Yeah, and my boss knows exactly how long each job should take based on the scope of work. It's incredible technology." I lied without missing a beat. He agreed it was quite amazing. "Be careful, don't touch the gun on the nightstand, it might go off," he chuckled. Talk about an immediate spine chill. I looked up from my iPad, and sure enough, there was a gun just laying on the nightstand. I knew instantly I needed to behave like nothing that was happening was triggering alarms for me. He directed me to the second bedroom and said the exact same thing. There was indeed a gun right there as well. That was the moment I knew I was in danger. At first, I thought it was just my anxiety in general around firearms acting up, but at this point, the tension building between us became undeniable. There were only 2 bedrooms on the scope of work. I hastily met up with him in the kitchen and began running down the next steps. That's when he interrupted me. "Oh, could you perhaps measure the basement stairs? I forgot to add them to the list, and I think I might want to carpet them in the future." My heart dropped, but my stupid customer service conditioned brain could not figure out how to get away with saying no. He led me to the basement door, and you guys, let me tell you, there's no way he was planning on doing anything with these stairs. They were plank wooden stairs, L-shaped, going down and leading to an unfinished basement. Unfortunately, in order to get an accurate measure, I had to walk all the way down them to the very bottom. Meanwhile, he stood there blocking the doorway with this menacing smile on his face. He asked me once again whether my boss knew where I was or not. I immediately replied with a swift yes. Once I got to the basement, I scanned the room quickly. There was not one, but 7 deep freezers lining the walls. In the middle of the room was a lit low-hanging ceiling light, revealing an old television set, VHS tapes scattered all along the floor, and an old recliner facing the TV. Behind this sat 2 white shelves full of VHS tapes. At this moment, I knew one of 2 things was going to happen. Either he was going to decide it wasn't worth it and let me go, or he was going to push me down the stairs. I held my breath, put a smile on my face, and attempted to act my way out of this situation. I began to climb the stairs. All the while, I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. He was still blocking the door, but his smile had disappeared this time. As I got to the 5th stair from the top, I felt him hesitate, which made me hesitate as well. You could cut the tension with a knife. I finally understood his expression. To my absolute shock, though, after a few moments of deliberating, he stepped aside. I made a beeline towards the front door, not saying a single word. He stopped me once again. "Oh, before you go, won't you give my cats a treat? They loved you so much." He was holding a bag of cat treats. I quickly did so, thanked him, and ran out of the house back to my car. The second I got out of his driveway, I had the most intense panic attack ever and cried my eyes out. I tried to call my boss, but it was a dead zone. Truth of the matter is, my boss wouldn't have noticed I was missing for at least 24 hours when I didn't route my day the next workday. Yes, he would have eventually been caught, as it was my last known location, but I would have been long deceased by then. I suffered PTSD over this experience. I couldn't sleep for weeks. I was petrified to work my job, but I had no choice. To this day, the experience still haunts me. The worst part is, though, I was so fucked up and in denial over the experience that I forgot to note down his address. Once I did finally get a hold of my boss, she mostly laughed off the situation as him being just some weirdo. Nonetheless, she did tell me she would flag him down so that I specifically would not be resent out to his house if there was a need for a remeasure. At the time, I felt that was all that could be done really, since he hadn't technically done anything to me. I hadn't managed to write down the address before it disappeared on my iPad, because I didn't remember to do so in the moment. A couple of months later, I did try to find the information, because I started feeling like maybe I should inform the police. But no matter where I checked, since I was not sure of the exact day it happened, I couldn't find the exact info. Additionally, I was working 40 hours a week and hitting 10 to 14 houses a day, so eventually the information just got pushed off the history list after that time. When I was a teenager, I dated a guy a couple of years older than me. We'll call him N. He was always exceptionally sweet and would tell me how I deserved the entire world. We never really broke up. He just moved away, and it was agreed that we wouldn't date anymore. Somehow, though, we would always end up connecting back with each other no matter what happened. Then, when I was 17, he went to jail for stabbing his stepdad. We hadn't seen each other in almost a year at that point. Afterwards, he would never really talk about it in detail, but he explained that he saw no choice in the matter at the time. His stepdad even went to his court hearings and stated that he was not to blame. He'd made the mistake of cornering him in a violent rage. When he got out of jail, though, he seemed to be a very different person. He was much more mature. He got a well-paying job right away, discovered his love of cooking, and became clean, organized, and well-read. He looked me up the first day he got back to town, and we slowly started redeveloping our friendship and eventually started casually dating. He began staying at my home on weekends, and then, after a few months, he needed a place to stay for a month and a half. Honestly, things seemed to be going really good. We were talking about maybe moving in together. He would hint at the idea of proposing even. Then one day he started drinking and became unsettling and weird. Almost immediately after he started drinking, he began lying, and I started to get the big heebie-jeebies. He would always say he was leaving for work, but then an hour later his coworker would come to the door and ask where he was. When I would ask him about it, instead of calmly explaining that he was at his mom's on the way to work or something, he would storm off and ignore me for days. I immediately ended the relationship after one of these incidents, telling him he could stay at his mom's place until he was ready to move into his own. A friend of mine came over to my house and helped me neatly pack up all his stuff. We dropped it off at his mom's place for him. I can't exactly tell you why, but we also decided to put chain locks on the door and had a key to, because even though he had given my key back, I had this completely unfounded by evidence suspicion that maybe he'd made a copy without telling me. Sure enough, that night N came to my door without calling and without knocking and tried to let himself in. I had rested my skateboard against the door, so when it opened I heard the crash. I heard him cuss under his breath and leave immediately. The next day, I came home from walking my dog with a male friend who I had been friends with my entire life and would often hang out with the both of us. There was a picture I had painted for N on the front porch of my house with blood splattered all over it. I asked my friend what I should do. He was honestly kind of horrified. It was too big to fit in the garbage can, and I didn't want this blood-covered painting just sitting around my house. Later that night, we ended up burning it in the outdoor fireplace. A few days later, N called me up and asked me if he could come over later and talk. I said that was fine, and he told me he would be over around 7 p.m. or so. At 8:30 though, he hadn't called or shown up at all. I was sitting on my computer when I got a call from my aunt who had a police scanner. Anne had apparently broken into a woman's home with a gun, and she had shot her own shotgun at him. Police eventually caught him running in the direction of my home. He went back to jail, but only for about 6 months, since they couldn't find the gun he had, and because the woman whose house he broken into didn't want to cooperate with the police. He ended up getting a very light charge. Around this time, I had started dating someone else. We'll call him S. The very first time we were out around town together, N saw us and came over. He ripped his shirt off in the middle of the street, challenging S to a fight. S just responded by kind of chuckling in discomfort. We got back into the car and left. This became a semi-regular occurrence. One night, we were cuddled up in my living room watching TV when we heard something hit the patio window really loudly. We went and looked around, expecting there to be a bird or something, but we couldn't find anything outside. The next day, after S had left, I went outside onto the small patio, and in the light of day, I could see what we'd missed the night before. It was a bullet for a hunting rifle. It looked like someone had thrown it at the window from over the fence. We ended up moving away, and I married S. N actually even randomly showed up once when we were meeting up with an all-around mutual friend. It was pretty weird, but it was also somewhat coincidental, so I just kind of shrugged it off. A while later, N went back to jail for breaking into another woman's home. He was released after a certain period of time. Almost immediately after his release, though, he was all over national news for trying to kidnap multiple children, going as far as to take one child and choke them until the father by coincidence found them and was able to fight him off. The boy survived but was unconscious for quite a while. Fortunately, he took no brain damage, but he was pretty shaken and likely will be for life. After N was incarcerated for that, he was arrested right after his release for the murder of a woman in the town we had grown up in. He had done it several years earlier. They had only discovered her remains whilst he was in jail. Details were never publicly released because the trial is still ongoing. The rumor is he broke into her house, having been casual acquaintances with her, and killed her, then moved her body to a small forested area on a mutual friend's parents' property. He also allegedly killed his cellmate while he was in jail. He was found not guilty though because the jail mishandled a bunch of the evidence and the prison guards all mixed up their stories a bit. The case couldn't be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. His cellmate was just a poor young kid, barely 19, and only in jail for a big theft. Of course you should go to jail for stealing, but that's not a death sentence. While he's been in jail, he's apparently attacked multiple female prison guards by choking them. There were rumors around the town that some of the other missing people were also his doing. There were a bunch more true stories about women catching him trying to break into their homes. They never made it to court though, because they couldn't prove who it was that was doing this at the time. The police had no one to look into. They only realized it was N when he became infamous for this sort of thing. I often think about the fact that I intimately knew this person, and sometimes I feel guilty for not having seen the signs. Other times I feel creeped out that I could have been a victim of his. I feel like somehow I should have known I was living with a potential serial killer. Before he started drinking though, he was truly a stand-up guy that had made some bad decisions and was doing his best to make a decent life for himself. Up until very recently, I never spoke about him or even acknowledged I used to know him. Obviously, my husband knows, but he knows it makes me uncomfortable to talk about, so we don't really discuss it. Let me start this off by letting you know that I was living close to a metropolitan area for a little over a year before moving back to my tiny 10,000 population hometown. Before that, I was at college and didn't really interact with anyone from my hometown besides my family for many years. I even deactivated Facebook for a few years. Anyway, fast forward to fall of 2020. I'd moved into a house back in that tiny town. One chilly fall night, I decided it was the perfect night to chill and get inebriated off many glasses of wine. I was relaxing on the couch with my girlfriend when we suddenly heard someone knock on the front door. It was around midnight or so she immediately told me not to answer it. I got up and pulled apart the blinds on the glass portion of the door, only to see a meek-looking girl, probably younger than 20, standing on our porch with a blanket and a bag. I was shaken by this, because in a town like this in the Midwest, there are usually no homeless people. The town is so small that people usually have a support network when things go that sour. I asked the girl what was going on. She said she was homeless and needed a place to stay for the night. My drunken self apparently thought this was an amazing time to fulfill my need of helping the world by opening my front door and letting her stay in the guest bedroom. My girlfriend immediately sat her down and began asking her questions. Her answers were pretty vague thinking back on it. Eventually, she told us she'd knocked on every single door down the street to find a place to stay. She'd gotten in a big fight with her mom, I guess. So she wasn't technically homeless. I also thought it was a bit odd a young girl would do that, considering the danger. Eventually, I found out she went to the same private school I went to from 1st through 6th grade, except for the college extension of the same campus. We were kind of bonding on shit-talking the campus, because it was this new age bullshit school run by boomers. Then she mentioned she had a no-contact order for sitting at the same table as someone at the school. In my drunken state, I didn't register that no contact means someone had a restraining order against her. We were talking and she said she recognized me from Facebook. I became more alarmed, especially because I had never seen this girl before in my life, and we had almost a 10-year age gap between us. She tried to reassure me it was because I'd posted a local rental on the Facebook home share. It was for my mom, who was a realtor without Facebook. Okay, well, that's a reasonable explanation. It is a small town. Then she proceeded to tell me that she knew my mom. That was alarming, because my mom and I have different last names. She doesn't have social media or any way to connect us together. Still though, I let her stay the night. Fast forward to the morning. She said she was going to leave, and I asked her if she wanted a ride home. It was very cold out. As I drove down the street several miles, I realized she lived on the same street. The thing is, though, she would have had to pass by at least 5 developments and many rows of houses to get to my house. Was I really the only one to answer the door, or had she targeted my house specifically for some reason? The next day, my girlfriend and I both discussed how odd this was and how many things were not adding up. Later in the day, we went out to the store, only to come home and see the girl standing in front of our house. I was panicking because I'm horrible with confrontation. My girlfriend just said, "You let her into our house in the first place, so you deal with it." She stayed in the car. I asked the girl what was going on. She asked again if she could stay with us. I panicked and asked her to come out of the car. My girlfriend told her we didn't know anything about her, and we would only let her stay with us if she opened up to us about everything and why she was not going home. We sat her down in the kitchen and grilled her, only to get very vague answers. To be honest, I was initially concerned this was because it was an abusive situation, but as it turns out, it wasn't. At this point, though, she was already in our house, and we didn't know how to force her to get out. By some stroke of luck, though, she said she was leaving to go to the dining hall and would come back later. We quickly taped signs on both the front and back doors that read, "Landlord won't allow additional tenants. Best to go back to your mom's." Later in the evening, and dark out at this point, we heard banging on the front door, then banging on the side door, and immediately banging on the back door as well. Finally, after about an hour it stopped. We were upstairs, and we knew it was her, so we had to just wait it out. I walked downstairs to check because we were starving, and I wanted to use the kitchen downstairs. I decided to take one finger and slide the blind shade up for another peek outside. I found her standing right there, facing me in the pitch black of my back deck after over an hour. I looked her dead in the eye, then turned around and went back upstairs. Time passed and eventually she left. When I opened the door, I noticed she took the handwritten notes with her. The next day rolled around, and everyone's mom and cousin was lecturing and laughing at me about opening my door to a random stranger, which to be honest, I would never do normally. The whole thing was just not sitting well with me though. I needed some more information. I posted something on Facebook about it. A boy I had gone to elementary with messaged me, asking if it was this person's name. Apparently, she had a long stalking and obsession with him that eventually led to a restraining order. He advised me to be very careful around her. She hasn't been back since, and I still have no clue why she chose me, or even how she knew me at all. It cost me the purchase of a Ring security system, but I suppose things could have ended up much worse. This took place when I was about 14 or 15 years old. I would stay over at my best friend's house constantly. She's an only child, and her mom would pretty much let us do anything we wanted, including leaving their place by ourselves at 1 or 2 in the morning. To be honest, I'm surprised we're still even alive, because we were very trusting back then. Like getting into a car with a group of teenage boys we just met trusting. So one night we were hanging out at this guy's house. The plan originally was that we were going to stay the night there. His grandmother ended up getting real angry at him for some reason though, and told everyone they had to leave. It was around 1 a.m., and we had no other option really than to just walk back to her house. We decided to cut through a used car dealership along the way. The security guards spotted us while doing so though, and told us we were trespassing. He asked us why we were out so late and where we were going. After hearing about what happened, he told us, if a cop stops you, they won't believe that. You'll probably just get into a lot of trouble. We didn't have cell phones yet, so we asked if we could use his phone to call someone. My friend's mom was going through a rough patch financially and didn't have phone service, My mother would have killed us if we tried to call her about this, so we told him we had no one to talk to. The security man offered to pay us to stay in a motel for the night. This man was probably 30 to 35 years old. My friend was 14 and I was 15. Stupidly, we accepted his offer. So we both get into the back seat of his car when he says, "One of you should sit up front." My best friend promptly jumped in the back, leaving me to sit up front with him. We stopped by his bank, then headed to the nearest motel. The entire drive there, he was telling us he was a war vet and had gotten injured on tour. He was saying he would really kill for a massage. He asked if either of us were any good at massaging people. We both said not really. We finally got to the motel. A dude parked and told us to stay in the car. Before he left though, he took his handgun that I hadn't seen before out of the holster and put it in the glove box directly in front of me. Then he locked it. We went into the office to pay for the room. He ended up asking if he could come up with us and we could give him a massage as a thank you. We said no and booked it up the stairs. We deadbolted the door the second we got in there. We definitely didn't sleep well that night. We were way too creeped out. As the sun came up, we got out of there right away and walked a good hour and a half back to my friend's place. Now, 12 years later, I was 26 and just browsing Facebook when I noticed a news article. It was about an army veteran being arrested for abducting and raping 2 teenage girls. It was that very same bald-headed motherfucking security guy that had picked up me and my friend all those years ago. Very unsettling, thinking of what he was planning on doing that night to us. Austin, Texas. Happened last night about a quarter after midnight. I was in my bed when suddenly I began to hear a frantic knocking. I walked out of my bedroom while the knocking continued on. As I listened closer, I could hear a woman saying, "Please help me," along with crying. It was very faint, almost imperceptible. I looked out the peephole, but I couldn't see anyone out there. No other doors were being knocked on either, just mine. That was odd by itself, but I was also on the 3rd floor. Why would someone journey all the way up to my apartment if in distress? I think it was recording, because if someone really needed help, they would be banging on everyone's door. I called the police immediately, and the dispatcher told me not to open the door. If I had a weapon, to keep it on me as well. I had heard of this tactic before. Slightly different though, with it being a recording of a baby crying. It's insane when thinking about the statistics of stranger abductions that usually result in murder. Also, just so sick to try and prey on people's empathy. The police came by, and I saw them using their spotlight to search through the complex. As of now, though, I have no idea if anyone was found, or by chance if someone was really hurt, and they did find her. I barely slept with all the possibilities. How had this person found me? Where did they see me? When did they follow me? Or did they live in the complex as well? I'm 4'10" and live alone. I don't know many people in the area, and I'm not close to my family either. All of this is just making me go crazy. Update, 2:57 p.m. I talked with the management to let them know what was going on. As of right now, no one else has reported to them anything similar happening. I'm going to contact the police again for another update. I'm trying to be patient. I just want to know if this happened to anyone else. I ordered a Ring camera and will be picking it up shortly. At least this way I could give them a video if this person comes back, and it will help me sleep better as well. As far as it being a prank or something, I suppose it could be, but I'm more inclined to believe it if it happened to other women in the apartment complex. Maybe it has, but they just haven't said anything. Also, it's a very cruel prank. The other option is that someone has been watching me and had something sinister in mind. Horrible to think someone would pull an elaborate prank like this, or that real-world things that happen like this that we never think could happen to us. Hi there, my name is Lorraine, and I'm going to tell you a story that happened to me 2 years ago now. At the time, I was 18 years old. It was a Wednesday in December. I was coming back from some morning classes. That day, I didn't have my afternoon class because the teacher was absent. My father asked me to walk their dog because I had some free time. I drove over and arrived there, parking right next to the house. I unchained my dog. It didn't seem that anyone else was home. We started going on our walk, staying on the shoulder of the road and not trying to go too far out. All of a sudden, I saw a man come walking towards us. I would say he was around 50 to 55 years old, maybe. Usually, I wouldn't panic when just seeing some random person walking, even if I was alone at the park or at night or something. But for some reason, this guy instantly scared me. I called my dog to come closer. I tied his leash around my hand and set off a little faster. I also stuck closer to the houses in my neighborhood. I could tell the man was following me though, so I quickened my pace even more. I heard someone whistle, and my head snapped to the sound. The man was waving his hand at me, telling me to come over and talk to him. When he saw I wasn't going to listen though, he instantly started running and pulled something out of his pocket. At first, I had difficulty distinguishing what this was, but then I saw that it appeared to be some sort of rope. I started running too. I took out my phone and sent a message to my best friend, who happened to live in a house just down the street. I told him, "I need you to open the door. I'm walking my dog and there's some guy running behind me with a rope in his hand. Hurry up, please." She replied a few seconds later and opened her gate and door for me. As I rushed into her home with her, we looked out her bedroom window and now saw the man trying to climb over the gate. Needless to say, we were really panicking at his persistence. We called the police. They told us to make sure all the doors were locked and to not open them for any reasons, and that they would arrive in 5 to 10 minutes. We went downstairs to make sure the door was double locked, then ran back up to the bedroom and locked ourselves inside with my dog. 5 minutes later, we looked out the window and could see the police grabbing and arresting the man. They rang the doorbell and we opened it to greet them. They spoke with us about the incident, and I went home soon after. I didn't say anything about the event to my father. The following week, the police summoned me once again and told me the man was receiving 35 years in prison for rape and murder. They needed me to testify about what happened that day. In fact, if my best friend hadn't been there, I'd probably be his second victim. Thanks to her, I'm still alive, and because of that day, we became inseparable friends. I used to work in a Borders bookstore. I was an assistant manager. One of my favorite people working at the store was a lady in charge of the children's section. She was a pleasant lady, and actually was very popular with everyone working there. The kids liked her a lot too. She did story time every week, and many kids came in to watch this woman with her amazingly friendly personality. One thing about the story time that no one really liked though were the costumes. We were sent costumes for certain stories, and were supposed to occasionally incorporate them into story time. No one really liked to wear them though, because they always seemed really dirty. We never had any real idea how old they were, or where they had been before. We didn't know how many people might have worn them either. Finding anyone to play with them was never that easy because of this. The costumes would always be shipped in these huge boxes, and as manager, I was one of the people who had to sign for them when they arrived. On the day this weird stuff happened, I had heard the back buzzer. Upon going back there, I noticed the gigantic box and brought it inside. Curiously, I opened it up. It was a really ugly and scary looking thing. Some sort of humanoid character with a gigantic head. I wish I could recall what children's book the character was supposed to be from, but I can't bring it out of my memory. There was another thing that was creepy about it though, and although most workers didn't want to wear the costumes to begin with, they especially didn't want to be anywhere near this one. Even the people who could usually be convinced were adamant this was not one they were willing to put on. When no one else would agree to do it to keep the story time happening, the story lady decided she would wear the costume instead. That was, if I was willing to read the story to the children. It wasn't something I had ever done before, but I was definitely willing to try. About an hour before story time, the story lady went into the back room to put the costume on. I went and grabbed a copy of the book. At the story time, when the children had all gathered around, the story lady still hadn't showed up yet. When she finally did, she was very odd as well. She was kind of stumbling around a lot. I assumed it was just her acting like the character, whom I wasn't very familiar with to begin with. I began reading the book soon after. The person playing the character was supposed to have the kids sit on their lap and play with them. But the old lady didn't sit down. Instead, she seemed to be waving to the kids with shaking hands. After a few moments, she almost fell over onto one of them. I was so confused, but thought maybe she had just lost her balance in the costume. I had this horrible thought cross my mind that maybe it wasn't really her inside or something. Maybe someone might have done something to her in the dressing room, but that didn't really make sense. There wasn't any way anyone could have gotten into our stockroom. However, just as suddenly, she fell down onto her knees. I was concerned and approached her, and that was when I noticed the sound of her vomiting inside the suit. The kids were all getting freaked out now and moved away. I helped her to get the costume hat off. The lady looked terrible. She was sweating and was a strange shade of red. I thought perhaps she had been suffocating inside. I tried to help her to the back room while calling another manager over to try and take care of the children in the meanwhile. I managed to get her into the stock room. I moved her over to a chair. We just happened to be beside the box the costume came in. She was looking more awful by the second. I called an ambulance immediately. Upon further examining the costume out of getting her out of it, and the box it came in, I found the tip of a razor. It had been stuck inside the costume, and apparently it had been laced with poison. The lady recalled feeling a sharp pain when putting the costume on initially, but thought maybe it was just a broken zipper or something inside. She didn't think it was anything to worry about. We had to get the police involved obviously at that point. We knew some sick individual had put that razor in there. However, there wasn't enough information to find out who. The story lady thankfully recovered just fine, but we never got another person in the store to agree to wear a costume ever again. So right off, I don't have a freaking car, and it really sucks. Whenever I go anywhere, I always have to go by foot, and it gets old pretty quickly. Anyhow, I didn't write this out to complain about that though. I wrote it to tell you all about something that happened to me one night when I was walking alone in the fog. I live in a small town. I think the biggest thing about my town is that it's just off an exit to a major highway. So right off the exit, there are a lot of fast food restaurants and gas stations. Of course, a lot of out-of-towners stop by and shop there. When the nighttime hits though, it's like a ghost town. I was sitting at home, up really late at night. I had slept all day and was looking for something to do. I was out of beer and figured I should walk to the gas station and get me some more. So I set out walking. You know, we usually don't have really thick fogs around this area, but this one was so thick I could only see a foot or two in front of my face. It was like the fog you read about in stories, but you never really see in real life. I almost even changed my mind about going. I realized though just how much I really wanted that beer, so I kept on trucking on. I got to the end of my neighborhood and began walking along the highway. Now remind you, this wasn't the freeway they got off of, this was the highway, so this late at night it was pretty empty. I had to go over a bridge that spanned a train track in a forest, then down a short hill in order to get to the gas station. I was walking and had just made it to the bridge. Keep in mind it was still difficult to see anything as I went along, so this bridge crossing was much more intimidating than usual. As I was walking, I started to smell something strange. It took me a few moments to figure out exactly what it was though. It smelled like wood burning. My grandma used to have a wood-burning stove in her living room, and it smelled almost exactly like that. I thought that was pretty odd. What was someone doing out here in a forest burning something under the bridge? What if a forest fire started or something? I thought maybe I should go and check this out. I made my way to the far side of the bridge. Once I got there, I looked down the hill, which was fairly steep. I wondered if it was too steep to climb down in the fog. I'd never actually been down this area before. I walked a little bit down in the fog, bracing myself against some trees as I went down the hill with each step. I considered turning around and making my way back up the hill, but the smell just got stronger as I went further down. I honestly thought there might be a small forest fire or something, and I should check it out to make sure and report it. Maybe I would even be able to do something about it. All of a sudden, though, I heard a loud voice yelling at me. "Who the hell are you?" I looked around but was unable to find anyone in the thick fog. I slipped a bit on the hill when I heard it and fell on my butt. I looked up again, only to see the hugest man I had ever seen in my lifetime, silhouetted in the fog. He was quickly making his way up the hill. I scampered to my feet, getting mud all over me. I kept my eyes on this figure as I got up and tried to turn around. "What the hell did you see?" the man asked me as he continued making his way up the hill. "What the hell did you see?" "I didn't see anything," I replied. I turned around and tried to get up the hill, but I fell down on my face again. I got up and started climbing as best as able. Once I got back to the road, I ran across it real quickly. There was a big diesel that crossed the street right after me. He honked his horn at me as if I was in his way. When the truck had passed by, I looked back across the road. I saw the shadow of the man in the fog, but that was all. I turned and ran to the gas station. I told what happened to the skeptical cashier, who thankfully still called the police. If something was going down under that bridge, they needed to know. The police found a wood-field fire under the bridge and a bunch of dead animals as well, but that was all. It was just a terrifying thing to experience. I can honestly say I never want to experience anything like that ever again. I recall seeing the total transformation of a mall when I was younger. When I was a kid, and even into my mid-teens, the major mall, which has long since been torn down, was actually pretty active. It had the only movie theater in the whole area, and was an extremely popular hangout for teenagers. When I was 15, though, an outlet mall opened up that wasn't very far from this mall. This brought a rather quick decline to the major mall. For a while, the mall hung on, because it still had the only theater in the area, but a few Regal cinemas soon began opening up, and at that point, it was curtains. The only thing really left there was a Ticketmaster. It didn't take long before that went under as well. Eventually, the mall became nothing more than a shadow of what it had been before. I honestly don't know a lot about what it went through from its closing until its eventual demolition. I knew that one of the reasons it was eventually going to be demolished was the worry it would become a haven for gang activity. I don't really know if that happened or not though. All I can tell you that happened during this time period is what happened when I decided to check it out myself. It was a pretty stupid thing to do, honestly. Even though I had a job, I spent a little bit of time being homeless. I was sleeping in my car to save up some money to eventually get a place to live. It wasn't actually as bad as some people might think it was, however. I had blankets and pillows. It was very comfortable. The only thing that really bothered me was having something to do, and I really had to often search for that. This brings us to the mall. I had heard from someone at work that they were still trying to figure out what they wanted to do with the massive building. I got to thinking, it might be somewhat interesting to go and check it out on my day off from work. Well, technically my night off from work. There were some pretty busy roads in that area, and if I didn't want to get caught snooping around, I had to go at night. I made sure it was pretty late outside when I did finally go to check the place out. I parked in a motel parking lot close by, and then walked the distance to the mall. Walking around such a large and empty space was really weird at first. You know, now that I think of it, I'd never actually been in a parking lot before where it was completely empty. At first, I was just walking around the building. I had no intention of breaking into it or anything like that. However, at one point, I noticed one of the doors looked like it had a broken latch on it. I decided to check and see if I could get it open. It opened much easier than I thought it would, and now I was not sure what I wanted to do next. I thought for a moment, and decided to go inside and check it out. Now this was truly a surreal experience. It was such a big and bustling area back in the day, and now it was just deserted, empty of people and fixtures as well. All of the stores had those big metal grating doors pulled down. When I shined my flashlight into them, I could still see merchandise and fixtures inside and things like that. There, of course, was not any people inside, though. I decided to try and go up one of the escalators. It was turned off, of course, so I used it as a normal staircase instead. It was actually pretty solid. There wasn't a whole lot different looking on the top floor than the second floor. Although they did have an old Auntie Anne's, which gave me a craving for a pretzel. I walked by a bookstore and was looking at the bookshelves inside. I was moving the flashlight around trying to get a better look. When I moved it toward the back of the store, though, I was caught by surprise when the light fell upon a man standing in the back, already staring at me from the darkness. I jumped from being startled, but didn't move the light. This guy clearly was not a security guard or anything like that. He was dressed in plain clothes. After looking further for a moment, I realized he had a gun in his hand, which he was holding down at his side. It only took the slightest movement of his arm raising up for me to realize I needed to get out of there now. And I did so. I ran back the way I came and jumped down that escalator. When I got to the bottom, I looked up and saw the man standing at the top, now joined by someone else. He hadn't fired the gun at me or anything, thank God. I hoped he was just trying to scare me away from the area. I don't believe he actually followed me down the stairs. I hurried toward the door I had gained entry from and got out. I kept expecting something to happen behind me, so I kept checking, but nothing did. While I hurried across the parking lot, I kept looking back to see if anyone was following me. Keep in mind this was a big parking lot, so I got a lot of chances to glance backward. At one point, I noticed the two men had emerged from the building, but they weren't trying very hard to chase me across the parking lot. I got to my car and got out of that place. There was an apartment building I had been using the parking lot in, and I didn't feel safe until I got back there. I knew there was no way the men could have followed me, but I still felt on edge about the whole thing. I learned my lesson that day about going into places where I don't belong. If the man had been anyone different, he might truly have shot me. Perhaps I had stumbled upon something illegal going on, and if I did, I think the way he and his friend chased me out was their best way of trying to scare me into never coming back. I can say that it worked very well. I was never really into video games when I was a kid. Given how into them my brother was, I always figured they were more for boys than they were for girls. He used to play all these super violent army kinds of games as well, and that stuff didn't really interest me in the least. I remembered, though, him playing this one game that looked a lot different from all the others he usually played. The art style, the clothes, the really nice music in the background had me transfixed from the second I laid eyes on it. Then, when I asked what he was playing, he replied 3 little words that had become some of the most precious memories of my life: Final Fantasy VIII. It was the game I found myself constantly watching him play, and after he graduated to a PlayStation 2, he gave me his old PS1, and I started to play for myself. I was just hooked for a long time. Without a doubt, my favorite character was Selfie. Selfie is this super cute derpy member of your team who uses these awesome nunchuck things to fight with. She also has the coolest hair of anyone in the game, in my opinion at least. It just so happened that I kind of looked like her too. One day, when my friend and I were doing each other's hair with these new curling irons her mom had bought her, I decided to curl the ends of my hair up like the character. I think it was the first real attempt at cosplay I ever did. So when I learned there were actual groups of people who not only dressed up like video game characters, but met at real places to show off their outfits and costumes, I was so on that. Over the years that followed, I ended up amassing all the items of clothing that she had in her outfit, with the goal of attending the biggest video games expo in the country. It wasn't easy finding the right style of boots, making a dress the perfect shade of canary yellow, but eventually I managed to piece together an outfit that looked exactly like it. The only thing I was lacking was the nunchucks, but then, like a lot of cosplayers, I ended up getting a hold of a cheap plastic toy pair that I painted the same style as hers. Finally, when everything was ready to go, I waited for E3 to come around. My dad drove me and my brother there as a very special shared birthday present. Our birthdays are only a month apart after all. The E3 we went to was one of the first ever to be open to the public too, so it felt like something really special to be able to attend. People were really nice about my outfit, and other Final Fantasy VIII cosplayers were coming up to me and asking for photos. My brother thought it was a total drag having to be my personal photographer for a while. He was an awesome brother though, and took lots of pictures of me with people, so I could remember the whole event for a long time after. He only had so much patience for that kind of thing though, so in the end we agreed to split up and meet up later on. He wanted to go check out all the exhibits he wanted to go see. I was all on my own now, but I was around so many other nice people that I didn't think I was in any danger at all. Besides, the entire place was teeming with security guards and stuff, so it felt like the safest place I could possibly be, also surrounded by many like-minded people, most of which were very nice. The first sign of trouble though came when this one guy came right up to me, told me Selfie was his favorite Final Fantasy character, then asked for a picture with me. For like the 100th time, I stopped a passerby, gave them my digital camera, and asked if they would take a picture of me and the person I was with. When they were lining up the shot though, the guy started whispering in my ear, "You know, you look really, really cute in that outfit." Just as the person took the picture and was handing me back my camera, he started to fondle my butt under my skirt, so hard actually, I actually yelped out in pain. I turned around instinctively, throwing a slap in the guy's direction. He backed off so quick though that it missed. People jumped in between us. "Hey, what's going on here?" I was just shouting stuff like, "He grabbed me! This pervert just touched me!" Only with way more curse words and stuff like that. One of the guys that jumped in pushed the man away, then came over to see if I was okay. I ended up venting a little bit about how I'd had such an amazing time, until this ass grabber came along to spoil it. The guy told me there were way too many guys like that at cons, but even so, they were still few and far between. He did the nicest thing ever after. He offered to walk me around the convention hall as a kind of bodyguard to make sure it didn't happen again. I mean, the guy was tall, handsome, and seemed like he was some sort of knight in shining armor type, so of course I said yes to the idea. We went walking together around the con after. This guy happened to be dressed like a samurai with some kind of sword with him. I wanted to say it looked like the vampire killer blade from some movie, but I know he wasn't that specific character. When I asked him, he laughed and told me he was supposed to be a guy from some anime. Obviously, the sword he had with him wasn't real, but he talked about how cool it would be if I had an actual pair of nunchucks. That's when he turned to me and said that as much as he wasn't allowed to bring any real weapons along with him to the convention hall, he had brought along things he usually kept in his trunk for personal protection. And there just so happened to be a pair of nunchucks in there. I thought that was just about the coolest thing I'd ever heard, and so I was impressed when he told me about all the different martial arts he did, hence why he owned such a random thing. He then asked me if I wanted to go out to his car and check them out together. I didn't hesitate at all. After all, he'd been the perfect gentleman so far, so why would I expect anything to change? We carried on chatting, and then as we walked out to his car, with me asking him if the things were heavy and how long he'd been training with them, all his answers seemed super genuine and honest. When we got to his car though, after walking through the parking lot for a while, I was more excited to see this real-life thing than I had been about the whole E3 thing in the first place. Only when he opened his trunk, I didn't see anything in there. I looked at him confused, expecting him to have a similarly confused look on his face, but instead his look was one that literally made my stomach drop. He was completely expressionless, except for this intense look in his eyes. When I saw that, I knew immediately I had just made a huge mistake. Next thing I know, he'd grabbed me by the neck and was trying to shove me into the trunk of his car. I let out this manic screech of pure terror. I screamed longer and louder than I ever had in my life before or since. Not even real words, just a wail of absolute horror. I realized all that protectiveness he'd been showing me was just an act. The same guy that had warned me about all these weirdos at the con, about how there were only a few of them and not to let it ruin the experience. Well, he was one of them, and he'd been intending on kidnapping me from the very start. He actually managed to shove me all the way into his trunk at one point, and if it wasn't for me sticking a leg out at the last second, he would have trapped me in there for good. It was both kind of a blessing and a curse, though. The force with which he brought the trunk down on my leg made me feel sure he'd just broken it. It was completely numb. I guess the adrenaline was staving off the pain for the moment. That bought me a little more time to try and fight my way out of that trunk. But then, the more I fought, the more I realized it was no good. He was bigger and stronger than me. It was only a matter of time before he managed to completely overpower me. By far, though, the worst part was when he told me, "Don't make me shut you up." He'd been saying shut up and be quiet almost the whole time, but when he finally said that "don't make me," I realized it was either go along with the abduction, or he might actually kill me in order to not get caught. What choice did I have, though, other than carry on trying to save my own life? If I hadn't, I wouldn't be around to tell you this story. I guess the point you're wondering, though, is how I got out of such a situation. And honestly, I did nothing by myself. It all came down to a stroke of pure luck. It just so happened that a latecomer to the event had been driving around through the parking lot looking for a parking space, and just so happened to go through the same section we were in and hear my screams. It kind of makes my mind boggle at how the universe had to align that perfectly so someone was right there. Aside from that single latecomer, the parking lot was completely deserted of any other people. If he'd went out to his car a little earlier or later, or if that guy and his kids hadn't been stuck in traffic that morning after driving in from out of state, there's a good chance I wouldn't have survived the weekend. After running towards the sound of my screams, the guy managed to scare away the man trying to kidnap me, who took off when he realized he'd been discovered. The rest is kind of a blur of crying, talking to cops, and then driving to the hospital to get my leg checked out. The only really good news was that the cops managed to trace the guy's rental car to his dad because it was rented in his name. That's how they managed to arrest him before charging him with attempted kidnapping. That was my first real cosplaying experience, and it was completely ruined by some complete psycho who took advantage of my vulnerability to gain my trust enough to attempt to kidnap me. Who knows what he had in mind after? It took me a long time to even attempt to cosplay again, as the whole thing made me feel overwhelming anxiety whenever I so much as looked at a costume. This year, I'm finally able to wear it again, but I honestly don't think I'll be able to wear it in public or at any kind of convention anytime soon. It's not just what happened to me either. It's that I've heard a lot of different stories about how female cosplays make a certain kind of guy act a certain kind of way. It's almost like when they see the fictional character, they assume we're not real people ourselves. That's the way I've come to see it anyway. It's not just with the actions either. I see all kinds of horrific comments directed towards female cosplayers on a variety of different websites too. It makes me think it's something you should just enjoy on your own, or with a circle of like-minded folks online. Communities that can easily be policed and controlled. Again though, that's just the way I see it. Either way, I'm going to be very careful in the future. Honestly, as scary as the ordeal was, not being able to express myself in the way I wanted after is the thing that made me the most sad. Lindsay and I had been best friends as far back as I can remember. All throughout primary school, we'd always be in the same classes. She was practically family to me. Unfortunately, things began to change about the time high school started. I began to see her differently. I don't know why, but I became convinced suddenly that I loved her. I don't mean the way I always had either. This was special. It's a confusing time for boys regardless, but my newfound love for her left me disoriented and scared. It was new and uncharted territory. Without advice from an experienced older male, I had zero idea how to proceed, or if I should do so at all. The answer came to me one evening, while watching an old movie with my parents. The lead character was in a similar position to mine. He talked about something called a secret admirer. This is when a person sends letters or notes to someone that they're interested in, but does so anonymously. This sounded perfect to me. I could tell Lindsay how I felt without her knowing it was me. That way, I could scope out how she felt without the possibility of ruining our friendship. Hopefully, she'd be attracted to her admirer, and I could then eventually reveal myself. I sat down at my desk that night and poured out my heart to her, or at least her secret admirer did. To be safe, I snuck out extra early the next morning and rode my bike to the post office. I kissed the letter for luck and said a short prayer, then dropped it into the box. It was all in God's hands now. The wait was agonizing. On day 4, Lindsay mentioned the surprise that she'd gotten in the post. I played it cool, but my heart was pounding like a jackhammer. The way she talked about it was somewhat unclear too. She would smile while recalling some things while also calling it juvenile and foolish. It was not looking good, but I was far from discouraged. I couldn't have walked away if I wanted to. Lindsay became my world, and I couldn't see any future without us together. I continued with my plan. With each new letter, I could see her warming up to this secret crush, as she put it. Looking back, she wasn't the only one that began to change, though. I began to love this power I had discovered over her, hearing her speak about her admirer, and knowing she had no clue it was me. It was an intoxicating feeling. I'm a bit disgusted about how I viewed things back then, but it is a part of the story, so I do have to include it without leaving anything out. Before I knew it, a year had already passed by, and we began to drift apart. I kept up with those letters, but gradually I saw her less and less. Her popularity had increased immensely, and her friend group had changed as well. I was the exact opposite of popular, though. She didn't exactly ignore me in front of her new friends, but I got the impression distinctly that I'd slipped down on the list of priorities. I understood why everyone loved her. It did make sense. As long as I could spend time with her every once in a while, I was still happy. Then, though, I heard news she was seeing someone, and it felt like a knife in my gut. I wanted to be cool about it, but under the surface I was livid. I feared the little time we still had together would evaporate. And that proved to be right. Every time I called her to hang out, she'd be busy with him. I maintained a cool facade, but it was just that. I often cried myself to sleep at that time. The truth was beginning to hit me. Her and I had no real hope of ever being in a real relationship. I'd pushed myself out of that by never acting upon my feelings without even realizing it. Even then, I didn't stop the letters completely though. On the rare occasion I felt optimistic, I'd sit down and pour out my feelings on paper. More than once I'd tear up the letter because I mentioned something that would give me away right away. I was never mean to her, but I considered her boyfriend fair game, and that would be the mistake that unmasked me. I regret it to this day. In my last letter, I guess I'd said something too revealing. I wasn't aware of this until I ran into Lindsay's boyfriend. He said he wanted to speak to me privately. We met at a park near my house. He was already there when I arrived. I assumed he wanted to ask my opinion about a gift for Lindsay's upcoming birthday. I offered my hand as a greeting as I approached, but rather than shake it, he sucker punched me right across the chin. I crumpled like a piece of paper. He then stomped me square on the nuts. I'm not sure how long I was unconscious, but when I did regain a semblance of clarity, I felt a cold object against my neck. It was a knife, a sharp one. All he had to do was apply the slightest pressure and I'd die. I realized how badly I'd messed up. He proceeded to tell me he knew I was Lindsay's secret admirer and he would murder me if I ever spoke to her again. As terrified as I was in the moment, my pride wanted me to say no. That would mean the end to all of my dreams. Fortunately, I didn't listen. I reluctantly agreed and he put the knife away, kicking me even more in the side as he walked away. As anticlimactic as it sounds, that was the end. I'd had the fear beaten into me, and I didn't want another helping. The guy was a well-known psycho around town, and from that day on, everything was over. I'm not sure if Lindsay actually knew what had occurred, but she treated me as a stranger for the rest of time in school. Seeing her only made things more painful, so I did my best to avoid any place I thought she may be. Even after she and that particular boyfriend broke up, I kept my distance. The damage had been done. It's been 12 years since high school ended, and I still think about her often. I hope that whoever she chose to spend her life with will love her as much as I loved her back then. I just want her to be happy more than anything. My name is Elena. I'm 28 years old and I live in Belgium. At the time of this incident, I was 18 years old. A friend had invited me to a party. I didn't really want to go because I didn't know anyone except for her, and it was an entire hour's drive away from my home. In the end though, I ended up going anyway. The evening actually went pretty great. We had a lot of fun, and I stayed sober because I had to drive home later. My friend, though, was completely smashed out drunk. After making sure that her roommate would bring her home safely, I finally got to go home around 4 a.m. I got back into my car all alone. It was an old 98 car that I had bought with my student job salary. The evening had taken place at a distillery in a small country road not lit at all. I was parked quite far away as well. I was already not too reassured as I walked toward my car. I quickened my pace even further though, once I heard leaves crunching behind me. I arrived at my car and went to open the door with the key, since it was an old car, only to realize it was no longer locked. I had for sure locked it on the way out to the party, but at least nothing had been stolen. I sat down and turned to the right to put my bag on the passenger seat, only to see out of the corner of my eye, legs in the back seat. I turned around and discovered someone back there. A girl, just lying in my back seat. Terrified, I began to yell at her, asking what the hell she was doing hiding in my car. She jumped up and started to cry. She apologized and explained to me she'd come here alone by train to join her friends at this party. She had been drinking so much, though, that she missed the last train home, and she didn't know how to get back by herself. She walked over to the first open car and decided to sleep it out there. I was a little angry, but I felt bad for shouting at her. It really felt like she was in some real distress. I told myself she was just a lonely girl who wanted to go home, like me in the end. I felt really sorry for her, so I offered to take her home. I asked her where she lived, and she told me the name of a town right next to mine. I told her I would take her back, since it was not very far away from my house. I then invited her to come and sit up front for the ride. I set off, and so as to not leave any awkward blank space, I tried to make a little small talk with her. Gradually, though, as we talked more, our story started to contradict itself, and I didn't feel comfortable anymore. We were still driving on this dark country road, but we'd come to a part that was well lit. While driving in the lights, I noticed that this person's legs were really hairy and very bulky as well, almost like a man's legs. Then I looked down at their hands and saw that they were those of a man as well. In that moment, I understood. This was a man disguised as a woman, and I hadn't noticed in the darkness. My blood ran cold. I didn't know what to do, so I followed my instinct. I told myself if I started to panic and just yelled at him, "You're a guy," or something, he would become aggressive, and that's the last thing I wanted. I was all alone in the middle of the countryside, far from home, with a guy pretending to be a woman. I had no idea why either. I followed my instincts and decided to fake a small accident so neither of us would get hurt, but I still had an excuse to call the police. I drove us into a small ditch. We got out of the car and I pretended to be in shock that I'd lost control of the car. I said I was going to call the police now because the car was damaged. He told me there was no need. He would call someone who didn't live far away and would come by and help us. I dialed the police anyway though. Thank God they answered me directly. When he saw I was now talking to the police, he just ran away into the middle of nowhere. Now I was alone with my car wrecked. I was terrified. I burst into tears and explained everything to the policewoman on the line. She told me a team was not very far away and they would arrive soon. A good 5 minutes later, the police arrived. I was hiding behind my car, completely afraid the man would re-emerge from where I'd seen him running away into the darkness. I explained everything to them, describing the appearance of the man in question while they searched my vehicle. They opened the trunk while I was talking to an officer, and then my face fell. There was a shovel as well as a bunch of items to tie someone up in there. Obviously, I'd not had those in my trunk before. The sick man had planned to bury me in the middle of nowhere. The police took me home and explained to me I was very lucky. I never knew who the man was, and I never saw him again either. Clearly, though, that evening I escaped death. I asked myself 1,001 questions. He gave me the name of a small town next to mine, so how did he know where I lived? He got into my car, a single girl's car. How did he know it was that, though? Had he been following me the whole time? When he said he was going to call someone, did he have an accomplice? Since he ran off into the middle of nowhere, why didn't the police ever find him? Even today, 10 years later, I still have anxiety just thinking about it. I have a phobia of going home alone, and I never let my friends go home alone either. I'm traumatized for life now. In high school, I took part in something I would live to greatly regret. Although I never thought of myself as a mean girl, I see now that I wasn't all that far off from it. I had a small group of female friends, and we all thought we were the coolest of the cool. We didn't fit in any other group per se, but we were closest with the preppy people. More than one of us dated football players, and we became pretty popular by default. It was a very vapid and empty life in retrospect, but in my 16-year-old mind, I was among the elite of the school. On the other end of the spectrum was Dwight. He was everything you think of when you hear the term neckbeard. His bathing habits were almost non-existent. He had an overblown sense of intelligence, too, that made him quite a lot of enemies. Most, if not all the students I knew, couldn't stand the guy. One day during algebra class, a few of us came up with a funny trick to play on him. It was quite cruel, but we believed that he deserved it because he annoyed everyone so much. I really was a stupid girl back then. The plan was this. We would write anonymous love letters and drop them off in Dwight's locker. If it all worked out, he would believe he had a secret admirer and make a fool out of himself. The end of the plan was something you'll have to wait a little longer to hear. The same day, me and my girls got together at lunch and wrote the first letter. We drew straws to decide who would deliver it, and I came up short. I waited until class started and slipped out to use the restroom. That was when I dropped it in his locker. Over the next few weeks, we'd continue with those letters. Soon enough, news reached us of Dwight's new secret love. He had been bragging about her before school, told us all firsthand how sexy she must be, among all the things he wished to do to her. The urge to laugh in his face was almost unbearable, but none of us gave the game away until the time was right, and that time it came 2 weeks later. The lunchroom would be the place to spring our trap. Homecoming was coming up, and we decided to use that to our advantage. His secret admirer was now ready to show herself, and she wanted him to ask her to the dance. Just to make things that much crueler, we told him to bring a rose with him when they met. When the day came, we told all our friends about our plan. About 20 or so of us hid around a corner until he showed up. He arrived right on schedule, rose in hand, but nobody was there to meet him. He began looking around nervously, and then we all popped out and began laughing. The whole lunchroom was staring as we pointed and mocked him. His face turned bright red, and he looked as if he was about to begin crying. He ran off at this point. I can't say if he actually broke down or not. It's the thing I'm most ashamed of doing. After our horribly cruel joke was done, we went on to do other things, all but forgetting about Dwight. Actually, I remember not seeing him around for quite a few days after that. Not that I blame him if he wanted to lay low for a while. The homecoming came and went, and then the actual scary stuff began happening. The first experience was mild compared to some later things. Our house got TP'd just before a big rainstorm. It took 2 weeks to get all the paper out of the trees and bushes. A similar thing happened to my friend Stormy as well. Things only grew more serious from there. Another close friend of mine had a fire started in her front yard. All the windshield wipers on my car were ripped off at one point, and the windows were smashed in. Stormy's brand new birthday present, a big red Mustang, was keyed up and down both sides and similarly smashed about. I had all 4 of my tires slashed at one point. We had nothing to give to the police or to our parents. The truth is, we made a lot of people mad, and we couldn't prove it was anyone in particular over the other. One final thing would cause us to finally break though. One week around 2 a.m., I felt a presence outside which woke me up. A loud crash suddenly came through my window. I leapt out of bed in fright to see glass all over the floor. I couldn't see what caused it until I turned on my overhead light. Stuck on the tip of my bed was a brick with a letter attached to it. Before I could even read it, my mother started banging on my door. I was unsure what it said, so I ripped it off the brick and stuck it in my pocket prior to letting my mom in. She did her usual thing of being overdramatic whilst I cleaned up all the glass myself. Things blew over though, and she quickly went back to bed. I did a temporary patch on the window and crawled back in myself. Only then did I unfold the note. Scrawled in black ink, read these simple words: "Say you're sorry, or else." The next day at school, I showed it to the other 2 girls. We weren't positive it was Dwight doing all this, but we were desperate. We were all really scared, and we wanted this to be over. We waited until we saw him at his locker and confronted him about the note. He had this calm, strange look in his eyes. He took a quick glance at us and said something to the effect of, "Well, I don't know anything about that, but maybe you should start apologizing to all the people you've screwed over. Maybe that terrible stuff might stop happening to you." And that was just what we planned after that, and just what we did as well. One by one, each of us who had been attacked told all our victims we were sorry. I can't say every single apology was straight from the heart or anything, but we still did it. More than a few people told us to screw off, but we understood. A funny thing happened after doing that too. I began to feel a little better about myself. I'd been insecure my whole life, and this made me start to make the effort to be a lot kinder to people. By graduation, I'd befriended several of those I once openly mocked. It cost me a few of my old friends, sure, but those weren't the kind of people I'd miss very much anyway. Because of that one cruel joke and everything that happened, I actually became a far better person than I was when it first started. After all these years, though, one little question remains. Was it Dwight who did all those things to us? He was at our 10-year class reunion, and I even considered asking him. In the end, I didn't want to make him feel bad by dredging all that up, though, so I didn't end up doing so. It is the most probable answer. Maybe all our victims played their own part, a bit of a Murder on the Orient Express sort of thing, if you will. I was terrified, and I don't believe in using violence to get what you want. But I will say one thing, it was truly an effective style of revenge on anyone, and you don't want someone like that as your enemy. Recently, I had to make a quick run to Walmart after work for a few smaller items I'd forgotten the day before. About halfway through my trip, I was approached by a woman and a young girl who asked me to buy a pack of diapers for them. Now, I do enjoy helping people out however I can, but something felt incredibly off-putting about this situation. Something about the way she just strode right up to me and asked, almost as if it was very rehearsed. I told her I couldn't do so in the most polite way I could muster. She nodded and went on her own way. I was prepared to deal with potentially having turned away a woman who was genuinely in need of help. But like I mentioned, something still felt very weird about it. I completed the rest of my shopping and was well on my way to just forgetting the entire encounter. When I made my way up to the self-checkout though, suddenly the same lady and little girl appeared out of nowhere and made a beeline right for me. She didn't look at me or speak. She and the girl just started scanning not only the diapers but also items they had hidden in their clothes, racking up a huge total on the self-checkout. I was completely stupefied that she just brazenly assumed I'd pay for all of this. I got the attention of an associate nearby and quietly explained the situation. I wasn't trying to make a scene, but I simply didn't know these people, and I was not about to pay for so many of their belongings. Especially now that I knew it was all a ploy. He told me they'd had to deal with her before, and I wasn't the first customer she'd had a run-in with. He put on his most patient customer service voice and talked to the woman, at which point she pretended not to speak any English, despite having had a pretty firm grasp on it earlier when asking me to buy things for them. She kept pointing at me as if to indicate she and the girl were with me. Thankfully, she wasn't fooling the associate though, who by now had not only cleared her items from my checkout, but also placed himself between me and the woman. She was still pretending she couldn't understand him, and still adamant that we were together. She was getting louder, and things were starting to really escalate now. I made it a point to swiftly pay for my belongings, and hightailed it out of there. I hurried out to my car, closing the door just in time to see the little girl sprinting to catch up with me, the woman not far behind her. Panic set in, and suddenly I was trying to lock the doors, throw my groceries in, and buckle up all at once. The woman arrived and began frantically pounding on my window as I cranked the car, with what I assumed at first was her fist. It wasn't until I got a good look that I caught the sun gleaming off of something. I turned to find that she was hitting it with the tip of a switchblade, making deliberate slicing motions with it. Just about the only thing I could think to do was throw my car into reverse and get the hell out of there. As I did, she and the girl slowly walked in front of my car and started heading back toward the store. As she was walking by though, the woman turned around and gave me what I can only describe as the most sinister smile I've ever seen. Something was deeply insidious about the way she gave me this knowing look. A truly diabolical version of the kind of look a mischievous kid would give you when they know they're doing something they're not supposed to. I was shaken, but ultimately okay in the end, though I'd be lying if I said I didn't look over my shoulder for a long while after. So I moved into a duplex with my ex about 3 years ago in what we thought was a safer part of the city. One of our neighbors, Amber, works in the duplex rental office, and her husband, Ed, was at the time fresh out of prison. Later, we would see all of the swastika tattoos he had. He had been doing and continued to do landscape work for the rentals, like mowing the lawns, cutting down trees, etc. Other than that, he was home mostly doing odds and ends things, like tinkering with his lawnmower or out working on his truck or something. They both appeared to be very nice people, very kind and loving towards others, and always ready to offer to help out. We've smoked weed together a few times even. Ed smoked a lot more than Amber though. We talked about all kinds of things, so I really thought I could trust them and felt very safe being their neighbor. I once mentioned though how sometimes when I'm home alone, I hear these steps in the attic above my room and what sounded like a chair being dragged around. Sometimes the noise even appeared to follow me around the house. It always freaked me out, to the point of calling someone just to feel a little bit safer until the noises died down. At that point, Ed said, "What, you think we're spying on you?" It was in a laughing way, but it creeped me out a little how he went right to that. So then, I broke up with my boyfriend and he moved out. That was fairly recent, only about a few months ago. At that point, Ed started texting me often, asking me if I wanted to come over and smoke while Amber was still at work. I declined every time, finding different excuses. I just kind of felt uncomfortable around him. Then he asked if I wanted to have sex with him because he thought Amber was cheating on him. I definitely shut that down. Things were awkward as fuck, really. I didn't tell Amber because I didn't want to get kicked out or have some horrible awkward tension. I also hate confrontation, so I just kept quiet. That's about when I started to hear those noises in the attic above my room more often. It freaked me out even more when I woke up to a loud bang outside my front door at 3 a.m. When I went to examine it, there was a small lockpick outside my door on the ground, but no one around to be seen. I kept the lockpick, and the next day I texted a photo of it to Amber to let her know I thought someone had been creeping around my place. What she told me really surprised me. "Oh, that's Ed's. That's his ice pick, not a lockpick, sweetie. No one can pick your dead bolt with that." I know the difference between a skinny-ass lockpick and an ice pick, though. I'm scared to be alone here, especially at night. Our attics connect together, and it's not outlandish to think he's been up there spying on me. I even looked around a little more closely and found a freshly drilled hole in the ceiling of my room. I just put wadded up paper into it and tried not to think about it. I honestly hope nothing else comes of this, and that I'm just being paranoid. For everyone saying to call the police, I don't really have any evidence. I have the lockpick still and pictures of my door being messed with, but whenever I go into the attic, it's been completely empty. Almost a year ago, I, 24 and male, was fresh out of college. I had just moved into an apartment with my middle school bestie, 23 and female, and her fiancé, 25 and male. This was after a long period of not having seen her in person. My bestie and I had a long and great relationship with few rocky periods. I didn't really know the fiancé that well, but I had met him a couple of times. He came off as occasionally kind of rude and loud, but mostly a very nice guy. I let a lot of little annoying behavior slide though, because she was so in love with him. Really, all I wanted was to spend some time with my best friend. Over the course of a few months, I slowly discovered, though, that she was trapped in an abusive relationship with the most classic example of a malignant narcissist imaginable. Their fights, really just him screaming at her while she cried, escalated to the point where he was completely trashing the apartment, breaking her phone and laptop, hiding her car keys, blocking the door, and grabbing her so hard she had bruises. All the while hurling the worst insults he could fathom at the top of his lungs for hours. This man was about a foot taller and 100 pounds heavier than me, so there was nothing I could really do other than give her a ride somewhere else away from him until the next day. He didn't like it whenever I did that. Once it reached the point of physical harm against her, though, I put my foot down anyway and demanded he move out or I would call the police. He was not technically signed on to the lease, so I could kick him out at any time. He begged me for time to find a new place. He was extremely drunk and high the night he hurt her, and promised to stay sober until he moved away. Not wanting to escalate things, I agreed on the condition nothing like that ever happened again. My friend and her fiancé broke up soon after. 3 weeks passed by and everything was going pretty great. Ex-fiancé had found a new place and was in training for a new job. While still loud and inconsiderate, he hadn't really caused any problems so far. I get ready for bed early. I had an important meeting early the next day. I put on some comfy pajamas usually and lock my door before I change, out of habit. My bestie was out working, and it was just me upstairs in bed. The ex-fiancé was downstairs yelling on the phone about something. I tuned him out and tried to go to sleep. He was going to be moving out next week anyway. My chest rattled, though, from the booming footfalls coming up the stairs to my room, which woke me up from my sleep. My eyes snapped open to see my bedroom doorknob rattling back and forth. Locked. He let out a yell of pure malice and banged on my door. He screamed my name. The words were so slurred he sounded like he was trying to impersonate a lizard man. The hinges weren't looking so good. We lived in a crappy, cheap apartment with thin doors. I had to do something before he broke the door open, right? I said the only thing I could think of in that moment. What the fuck? Suddenly, the banging and screaming stopped, and the doorknob fell still. After a terrifying moment of silence, he said as flatly as possible, "Open the door, bud. Just come and open the door." I still laugh about that one. Like, after all that, I just walk over and open up for him. Instead, I grabbed my essentials and jumped out the window. I was on the second floor, but we also lived on a hilly slope, so the fall wasn't quite that high. I still managed to fall wrong, though, and hurt my ankle. I hobbled away as quickly as I could to my car and peeled out of there. I immediately called up my best friend and warned her not to return home. We made plans for her to stay with a friend after she got off work. I made it to the friend's house and passed out for a few hours. I woke up to a call from my bestie. He'd traveled all the way to her workplace with a knife and broken in. He assaulted her and held the knife up to her special needs client's throat, said he'd kill him right in front of her. Thank God a coworker overheard everything from another room and was able to call the police in time for everyone to come out alive. My bestie also said he was on the phone with her while he was banging on the door. He said his goal for the night was to kill me and make her listen. I was totally alone in the apartment with him, sleeping upstairs in my bed. If I hadn't locked my door that night, would I even still be alive? If I had left my car keys downstairs, would I have been able to get away? When I returned to my apartment the next morning, my bedroom door had been completely kicked in. My belongings were scattered everywhere, and the large butcher knives were missing from the kitchen, instead sitting in the corner of the hallway to my room. My first job was at McDonald's. This building was attached to a gas station and located just off a busy highway. I was 14 and had all kinds of bad luck at this age. I started a 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. shift. This early, the store was usually empty, so only 3 people, myself included, were in the restaurant. The manager, who was in the back, and the cook, who was also in the back. I, the cashier, was up front. I was wiping down the counter when a man who looked to be in his mid-30s or early 40s came in. He didn't order anything though. Instead, he went straight to the restrooms, which were in the restaurant area just around the corner from my cash. Many truckers and travelers would come in simply to use the washrooms and leave, so this was not too uncommon an occurrence. I didn't really think much of it. After the man finished though, he walked up to the counter and said this. Excuse me, I was just in the washroom and one of the toilets is overflowing. I immediately came around the counter and let him lead me toward the restroom. Suddenly though, I got this terrible feeling in the pit of my stomach and stopped dead in my tracks. I became very aware that no one was in the restaurant area and the only other 2 people in the store were in the back. They would not be able to hear me if I went into the restroom. The man had the restroom door propped open and realized I had paused. "Come on in, I'll show ya." It came off innocently enough, but something was not sitting well with me. I smiled at him and said, "One moment, I'll get my manager." I started making my way back to the counter. "Come on, it'll only take a minute," he called out behind me. I met my manager in the back still and explained to him that a man was complaining about an overflowing toilet. My manager went to check it out, and I followed closely behind him. When we turned the corner though, the man was gone. We entered the restroom, and no such toilet was overflowing. We exchanged a look and never brought it up again. To this day, I feel like some divine intervention must have given me the wisdom to know not to follow that man into the restroom. The whole situation only lasted a few seconds, but it felt like forever. I was young and trusting, and this man could have done God knows what, and I wouldn't have been heard. He could have left and got away with whatever he had planned, and hit the highway right away. I never did see the man again after. This story happened when I was a junior in high school. I, a woman, was a friendly and curious person. 1 month into the fall semester, we got this new transfer student. He looked kinda nervous, seated right behind me. His name was Joe. I, of course, introduced myself to him, trying to ease the tension a bit. I showed him what we had learned so far and helped him to look over his class schedule. We had 2 classes and lunch period together. Naturally, we got to know each other and became friends. He was a quiet kid but talked a lot around me. I assumed he was just kind of comfortable around me. I made it very clear we were just friends, and he agreed. We started hanging out with my friends together. Now, fast forward to spring break. I told Joe I was going out of town with my family. He seemed disappointed we couldn't spend the break together, but he thought that was understandable. At some point though, I ran into Joe in a restaurant. I hadn't told him where I was going, so I thought to myself, wow, what a coincidence. He said his family was visiting the same town. Now, moving on to senior year, Joe and I hung out at least once a week. That then turned into 2 and then into 3. I noticed we were starting to spend too much time together. I wanted to make time for my other friends too. And that's when things started to change. I ran into Joe, or should I say saw him out of the corner in my eye, whenever I would spend time with someone else, or by myself. He started to become very obsessive and clingy. The first 2 to 3 times, I didn't really think that much of it. It all became much more clear, though, when I started to question him one time. He slipped up in that moment, and accidentally said he'd followed me because he wanted to make sure I was safe. I felt real betrayed and creeped out. He apologized and asked for forgiveness, but I told him I didn't want to be friends anymore. Of course, he got angry and left. He didn't come to school for the next 2 to 3 days. My friends told me he'd harassed them for snitching on him. He came back to school at some point though, and we pretended we didn't know each other. On my walk home one day though, I heard Joe calling my name in a low and unfamiliar tone. He was nowhere to be seen when I looked around. I don't know why, but my gut told me to escape as fast as I could. I started running, and I kept running until I got home. I made sure every window and door was locked. I was convinced I was being paranoid at this point though. Then my phone started to light up. Joe called me over and over. I then heard him calling my name again from outside. He was in front of my house now, banging on the door. I called my dad and told him what was happening. I pleaded with Joe to stop banging. Everything went completely silent after 5 minutes, which felt like an eternity. The last things I heard from him were, "You'll always be my best friend." The issue was brought to the school, and he never showed up again. Now, 4 years have passed by. Just a few days ago, I got friend requests on 2 of my social medias. It was Joe. I blocked him and changed all my media names to something else. I don't even live in the same town, nor in the same country. I'm now on the other side of the world, but I still can't help but feel scared like 18-year-old me once again. I'm not the friendly person I once was, and I've become cautious around other people because of people like Joe. I was living in a flat share on the outskirts of a city, which is known for generally being very safe. A key is needed to enter the main building, but often the door isn't shut properly, and so doesn't lock. Not really a cause for concern for anyone in the building, as it's a very trusting neighborhood. It was around 2 a.m. or so, and I was laying in bed naked, completely sprawled out. At some point, someone opened my door and entered. I figured it was one of my flatmates going to the balcony. He would have to walk through my room to access it, so it was completely normal that someone might come in at this time of night. I had just smoked a spliff and it was 2 a.m., so I opted to ignore this person and pretend to be asleep. I could feel him just standing there though. I thought that maybe he was waiting for his girlfriend to join him or something, and maybe he was stood there checking his phone. No big deal. The person went out to the balcony. Took about 2 or 3 minutes. I figured it was definitely him. They were out there smoking a cigarette. They came back in and went back to standing there in total silence. I was half asleep though and didn't really think anything of it. The next morning, my flatmate told me that someone had broken in, came into my room, and went into the room of my flatmate as well. They'd gone through all of his things and gone out into the kitchen. Upon seeing my flatmate wake up from all the noise and come out to see what was going on, they quickly fled from the building. The only thing the person stole was my pair of Marshall headphones. We were all very confused as to why they only stole my headphones, as opposed to the money left on the table, or my flatmate's multiple cameras, for example. We spoke to our neighbors, of which there are around 15 in the building, and none of them had noticed anything out of the ordinary. They hadn't gone into any of the other apartments either. We know that most of the neighbors also don't lock their doors at night. For some reason, it sounds as if this person walked up 3 flights of stairs, ignoring all the other open apartments, with the sole intention of coming to ours. Given their attempt at stealth, it's unlikely they were intoxicated either, and it was not just a mistake. Nothing else really came of it though. The police said they'd keep an eye out, and I had to buy a new pair of headphones. It left me thinking, though, about what would have happened had I fully opened my eyes and alerted this person standing over me. Would they have hurt me? Would it have been a total stranger or someone who I'd met before? In June of this year, I moved out of my parents' apartment as I'd finally gotten a steady job. I longed for some sort of freedom, so I looked for apartments that were affordable in my city. I found one that was a 2 or 3 minute walk away from my parents' place. To me, that was perfect. I'd get to live alone, and my parents would still be nearby, so I could visit them whenever I wanted, or pop in to have breakfast with them. The apartment itself was great. Not really much to look at, but for a single man, it was more than enough. My apartment had this long corridor connecting each room together from the sides, with my front door being at the very start of the corridor. My bedroom was the second room on the left, but since the walls were pretty thin, you could pretty much hear literally anyone in the apartment complex. You could hear them walking, talking, anything from my bedroom, or really any room from that matter. Last week, I came home from the pub after meeting up with a few friends. It wasn't really that late, surprisingly, only around 10 o'clock or so. I had the day off, so I took a quick shower and hopped into bed to watch some Netflix. It was probably around midnight or so when I heard a faint knock coming from the front door. I stopped the show that I was watching and listened in for a minute or so. At first, I just thought it was my mind playing tricks on me. I continued to watch Netflix when, once again, I heard a 2-motion knock at my door. I got up from my bed and walked slowly over to the door. I looked out through the peephole and sure enough, it was pitch black out there, nobody in sight. I once again shrugged it off and went back to my room, but before I could even sit down properly, I heard a slightly louder double knock. At this point, I thought it must have been a friend playing a prank on me, so I called my friend and asked if he was knocking at my door. If he was, it wasn't exactly amusing. He paused for a second and said, "Dude, I'm at home. I have to be up at like 7:30 tomorrow." I believed him and hung up the phone. I was talking pretty loudly, so whoever was knocking had probably heard me. As soon as I hung up, I heard another set of knocks. At this point, I was getting pretty pissed off, so I walked to the door and looked out through the peephole again. I again saw nothing there. I then unlocked the door and took a quick peek out. I still didn't see anyone. I closed the door and locked it. I was so angry though, and combined with being a little bit intoxicated, I decided to wait and catch whoever was doing this. I spent a solid 10 minutes just standing there silently, looking out through the peephole. I was a little bit startled when all of a sudden someone put their hand right over the top of it and knocked again. I immediately started unlocking the door and sprinted out to the apartment hall. I heard someone booking it down the steps and heard them lean against the wall as their jacket brushed up against it. I ran down a few more steps before realizing that whoever this was likely waiting around the corner and trying to get the jump on me. I hurried back inside and called the cops instead. They were there within just a few minutes. They scanned the building and the street but couldn't find anyone. They told me it could have just been some kids pulling a prank and to never chase after someone. They kept a patrol car around the entire night, and the knocking stopped as well. It could have been some kids being dumb, sure, but the part that really gave me the creeps was the fact that whoever this was ran down the stairs and hid behind the corner. They didn't keep running away. If they were some pranksters, I find it more likely they would have just booked it outside. All that said, it's been a week and the knocking has since stopped. It's kept me on edge for a few days though, because I always expect to be jumped by someone when walking into my apartment now. So far, nothing has come of it though. This story happened 3 years ago, around the time that COVID started. It was a while back, but still worthy of a share, I think. It was early 2020. I had just gotten a new job in a small town near my area. I was looking for a place to live, and my sister offered to rent her house to me. She had bought the house 2 years prior, but she and her husband didn't really take to it. Their commute to work was long, so they moved away, and the house was left uninhabited. Luckily for me, it was actually really close to my own workplace. My sister pretty much offered to rent it out to me for free. All I had to do was pay for the water and electricity, and look after the house as well. I had been living there for a solid 2 or 3 months, and had already gotten used to it. One night, after coming back from work and parking my car, as I started to walk towards the door, I noticed something a bit odd. There was a cigarette butt on the curb to my house. I leaned down and picked it up to observe it, thinking that maybe it had been mine since I was a smoker. After looking at the brand though, I realized it was not, and I threw it away properly. I didn't really think that much of it, and shrugged it off as some asshole throwing their trash at my curb. I went on with my night and nothing unusual really happened. 2 days later, I was once again walking to my house when I spotted more cigarette butts, this time in the area of my porch instead. Needless to say, I was pretty damn pissed off at the thought of someone sitting on my porch smoking and throwing their trash there, but since I didn't know who it was, there wasn't really anything I could do about it. I noticed that they had been put out pretty recently, so whoever it was had probably walked off when they saw me approaching. That night, I was watching a movie on my laptop, and it was pretty late, past 1 a.m. I was surprised when I heard a car passing by. It's a suburban neighborhood during COVID, so people rarely ventured out at night. I didn't put that much thought into it though. Around a half hour later, I was very surprised when I heard some chatting nearby. I listened in, but I couldn't quite hear what they were talking about, as their voices seemed almost muffled and quiet. By this point, I was getting a bit unnerved, so I stopped the movie and quietly got off my sofa. I walked over to the front door to make sure it was locked. As I was approaching the door, I froze mid-step as I heard the two outside approaching my porch and reducing their talking to a low whisper. I realized right away that whoever this was about to break in. I leaned against my front door and waited, expecting a loud bang against it or for the doorknob to be shaken, but instead it was now oddly quiet outside. I decided to walk over to my window to see if maybe they had walked away or changed their mind perhaps. My windows have bars from the inside out that you have to unlock so you can move the curtains or look out the window comfortably. I unlocked the bar mechanism and lifted it up. I moved the curtains and was taken aback when I saw that leaning up against my window was a man. He must have been as startled as I was, because he basically tripped over his own feet as he jumped backwards. He tightened his hoodie to cover his face. All I could see was his big blue eyes looking at me. His friend realized what was going on and immediately started to kick the door in. He kicked it a solid 4 or 5 times, but the door refused to budge. The whole time I was staring at them, frozen in fear and trying to comprehend the situation. I snapped out of it and slammed the bars back over my window, locking them and running upstairs to the storage room, where I pushed a table in front of the door and called the cops. As I listened, I expected the two to come inside at any minute. I heard a loud crash and the bars from the windows being shaken aggressively. When they realized they couldn't get in that way, one of them let out a long, angry scream that probably woke up half the damn neighborhood. By the time the cops arrived, of course, they were long gone. The police couldn't find out who it was, but they were more active in the neighborhood in the following weeks. Regardless, I was not keen on staying there anymore, so shortly after I moved out. My sister sold the house a few months later, and as far as I know, nothing similar ever happened since. I honestly don't know what they wanted or why they were so determined to get in that night. My story starts in 2014, when I was 10 years old. I had just made a Gmail account, and it made me feel really grown up and mature. I'm thankful I didn't pick something stupid for the address, because I still use it to this day. With my Gmail account, I created a blog on which I posted book reviews and recommendations. I was kind of a nerd when I was younger. I gave all my classmates the link to my new blog, and I knew every single person that engaged on it because their usernames were all some variation of their real name. One day, however, I received a comment on a post I made by a username I didn't recognize, PinkyPie_. They left very normal comments on my posts. I thought maybe it was also one of my classmates who decided to try out a different username. Honestly, it was a small incident, and I didn't really give it too much thought. Then, about 2 years later, in 2016, I made a Roblox YouTube channel, which I've long since deleted. Cringy, I know. I would record gameplay and post it onto my channel. I gained a whopping 18 subscribers or something, I think. One of those subscribers, though, the one that commented regularly on many of my videos, was called PinkyPie_. This kind of freaked me out, because I had made a completely new Gmail for this channel, and I had not told anyone about it. Roblox used to be my guilty pleasure, so I kept my channel a secret. I kept brushing off random appearances by this person, commenting on my videos, my blog, my friends' YouTube channels, even my mom's Facebook once, as coincidences. That was until 2019. I was either 14 or 15 when I made my first Reddit account. This was when I was in my K-pop era. I was a regular on r/K-pop and made news-like posts about happenings in the K-pop world. One day, I made a post like usual when I noted that one of the comments was from a user named PinkyPie_. The comment was a fairly mundane, typical Reddit thing, so nobody really questioned it or did anything about it, since it was relevant to what my post was talking about. I clearly remember feeling unnerved though, because this person had been showing up on every single social media account I ever created, ever since my very first email account. At this point, I reported that account and deleted my own Reddit. I still kept tabs on that account though. Now we jump to 2020. I was 16 years old and the pandemic had just started. At this time, I was kind of emo, angsty, and insecure, as most people are at least once in their lives. I had not made a TikTok account even though it was all the rage because of literally only one thing: fear of that person finding me once again. It was at this time I discovered 4chan, NSFW warning by the way. 4chan's complete anonymity and my strongest weapon, the Opera browser and its VPN, led me to believe I was 100% safe and protected, even if I was on a website that was basically full of the devil's spawn. I posted normal things mostly. Sometimes I would explore the NSFW side though, and mostly enjoyed talking to strangers on the internet. One day, I was feeling especially brave and horny, so I took 3 to 4 nudes of myself and posted one of them on /B. The post rose to the top because I mentioned I was Asian in the title, which I am, and obviously those guys went crazy over that. I lied about my real age and said I was 18. I shouldn't have done that, and I don't really know what I was thinking. I remember receiving between 400 to 500 replies on my thread. Not all of them were nice, but still I got a lot of compliments, which really satisfied my ego and made me feel a little better about myself. As I was lurking over my thread though and reading these various comments, I noticed a comment from somebody named PinkyPie_. It was another generic comment related to the situation, but this one did not make me feel admired or appreciated. It made me feel sick to my stomach. That was my breaking point. I deleted that thread immediately, then went into a sort of paranoid delusional state. I deleted all of my social media accounts, powered off my phone, shut down my computer, and disconnected the Wi-Fi. I honestly felt like I was going insane. How could this person possibly be showing up literally everywhere I went online? By that time, it had been around 6 years since they'd first showed up. For a couple of years after, I took a break from every type of social media entirely. I got rid of my Instagram, my Snapchat, my Reddit, YouTube. I scanned through everything and made sure it was gone. If I wanted to go on a social media site, I would do it on a VPN and without signing in. This gave me a much-needed break from that person's account. I never did delete my Gmail since I used it for a lot of things though. What's odd is that while this guy had found me on every social media site I used, they never once directly tried to email me. I was 100% sure they must have had my email. For some reason, they just didn't choose to try to contact me. Finally, we get to 2023 and to the present times. Sometime in early January, I decided to make a Reddit account again and mostly just lurk. I posted and commented very little, and I received no comments from Pinkie Pie _. I believe the ordeal was finally over. In November, a few days before my 19th birthday, I went to Japan for my cousin's wedding. I decided to make a Reddit post on r/outfits of my wedding outfit because I really liked it and wanted people to see it. Guess who commented on it immediately? Well, to be honest, I don't know who it was. By the time I read the comment, the account that had written it had been deleted. What they wrote, though, is what shocked me. How is it in Japan, by the way? Liking it more than name of city where I lived? Name of the state where I live, USA? Once again, I was in hysterics. I was 99% sure it was the same guy. Somebody, even if it wasn't who I thought it was though, had somehow just doxed me on the internet. I reported the comment and the user, and once again deleted my post and my account. All I could really do was run. I really need to get this off my chest. I haven't really told a single soul. I feel unsafe all the time, and have paranoia-induced hallucinations occasionally. I can't explain to anyone why, though. Good day, everyone. This is something that happened this past Friday while I was babysitting. For a little bit of context, I'm a 21-year-old female college student and have been babysitting ever since I was 14. I'm not an expert or anything, however, over the years I have learned a certain caution and resilience. At age 15, I took babysitting classes at our youth center, as well as various female self-defense courses. I babysit at least once a month for this particular family. I like them because they pay me more than my usual hourly rate. They have a big house with internet too, that I can use to do homework while I'm there. Their 2 kids are also surprisingly well-behaved and compliant. So, the 2 parents have this monthly ritual of going out around 5 p.m. and returning a little after 2 a.m. or so. I'm always offered to sleep in the guest bedroom and stay until morning. Usually though, I just stay awake and use their satellite TV, then leave once they come back. The house is in a nice neighborhood, without a whole lot of neighbors, so very quiet. Their house is armed with an alarm system too. I have the code and can arm and disarm it through my phone. That'll be relevant in a little while. I always take them for pizza at this place that was like an arcade. I do this so they'll tire themselves out a bit, and not be as crazy once they get back home. Plus, the little girl I babysit was also on a mission to win a family of stuffed animals at the prize store, so I'd be the world's worst babysitter if I didn't help her in that pursuit. If anyone may be wondering for whatever reason, after that night, she only needs the daddy stuffed animal before her family collection is complete, by the way. Anywho, I'm rambling a bit. I was sitting at a table watching them play in the ball pit, while also texting on my phone. That was when this couple just randomly came over and sat down next to me. This was a fairly long table though, with parents scattered here and there, so that wasn't really alarming. The couple looked normal enough, Both were probably in their mid-20s, possibly a little bit older. I noticed them whispering back and forth to each other when the guy called out to ask me, "Hey, are you the one babysitting Dr. So-and-so's kids?" The parents of these children were both doctors. In the specific region that we live in, this would be common enough information. I still chose to answer their question with an irrelevant statement, though. "I wonder what they use to make the pizza here." Yeah, I know, master of deception. I deserve an Oscar for my performance. However, they somehow seemed to see right through my clever ruse. They began to make all these weird comments as well. They started just talking to me about the kid's parents. They commented on the daughter and how they wondered if she would grow up to be as pretty as her mom. Okay, well, I don't know if that was intended to be that creepy, but I was going to play it safe and pretend these guys were weirdos. The woman then leans in and whispers to me, "Do they really let you dress like that while watching their kids?" She motioned her eyes towards my t-shirt, which was admittedly a little light. I have a thin frame and large chest, and it's 90 degrees in my region now though, so it's not like I could wear a thick hoodie or something. I saw that as my cue to get up and go get the kiddos, bring them to get their prizes, and bounce out of here right now. After some very thought-provoking and philosophical debating with the young ones, we got their prizes and headed back home. Fast forward a few hours, both kids had bathed and gone to sleep. I read them a few bedtime stories and tucked them in. It was around 9 p.m. or so. I was caught up on my homework watching TV when I began to hear some movement out on the porch. I didn't really think too much of it at first, until the doorknob just started rattling violently. I initially started moving towards the front door to see who this was, but miraculously I remembered it was quite late at night, and I was home alone with 2 kids I had to keep safe. I turned around to grab my purse where I kept my taser. As I was moving, the back door started rattling as well. That was soon accompanied by various banging noises. And that's when I remembered I hadn't enabled the alarm system after returning. Now, if this was a horror movie, the alarm wouldn't have worked and the intruders would have easily made their way inside. I hate to disappoint you if you were expecting something more exciting, but I enabled the alarm again quite easily. I ran upstairs and grabbed the 2 kids. I rushed them into their parents' room and the walk-in closet. I hate how much it scared them. When I gathered them up, I had no time to give context as to what was going on. I didn't want to tell them someone was trying to break in. In the process, it seemed the fear of not knowing might have been even worse. I instructed them to stay there and be quiet, and only open the door if they heard me talking to them. I then locked the bedroom door, which was the only door on the upstairs floor that locked. I got my taser out and hit the panic button on my phone app. Several minutes went by when I got the notification through the app that the alarm system was disabled. I planned on calling 911, even though the panic button should have already taken care of that. I tried to arm it back up, then it disarmed again, so I armed it again. Repeat this back and forth. By this time, I could hear what sounded like 2 sets of footprints coming up the stairs. Good job, you just locked yourself inside with the 2 potential assailants. I was holding it together for the sake of the kids, but not deep inside. I was scared to death. When I heard the footsteps get near the door and saw the knob twisting, I took a deep breath and pulled the trigger on my taser to let them know I was armed, even though realistically it might not do that much good. I informed them through the door the alarm was triggered and police were on their way. Thankfully though, I was greeted by a familiar and friendly voice. "Hey, it's Dr. his name. You're safe now." I opened the door and ran into their arms and started sobbing. I hadn't realized until it was over just how scared I really was. The kids came out by themselves, which I should have scolded them about probably, but their parents were here now, so I let it slide. I guess when I enabled the alarm on my phone, they both got the notification from the place they were at. With the app, you had the option to view the cameras as well. When they got the notification that the panic button was activated, they saw on the camera that there were people on each side of the house, 1 man and 1 woman. When the alarm kept disarming, that was them trying to get into the house. A police report was filed, and I gave a statement mentioning those two weirdos I met earlier that day, even though there was technically no real evidence that would point directly to them. The camera footage wasn't conclusive enough to get a positive face ID. So yeah, I was really scared. I'm getting over it now. I'm just grateful that the couple that I was babysitting for were close enough to make it to me. I hate to say it, but I found the police response time to be frankly terrible. I'm currently back in my own apartment an hour away. I checked in once to see how the kids were doing, and they're holding up just fine. I'm glad they had proper protection in their home, and this didn't end up being any worse. When I just finished college, I was living in a one-bedroom townhouse/split. I had met a guy on Plenty of Fish, and at that time, I wasn't exactly smart about my online digital footprint. Not like I'd really changed much, but at least now I'm not as ridiculous. Anyway, he seemed like a decent guy. He was really good looking, said he had a good job, he had nice teeth, and he looked like he cared about his personal health. All the things I would typically look for in a guy. I'm not a shallow person, but I like to be presentable, and if I'm with someone, I like them to care about being presentable as well. After about a week of chatting online, we agreed to meet up. We met at a restaurant downtown, which was really far away from where I lived. When I got there, I noticed him already standing at the door. We sat down to eat, and the evening went pretty great. At the end of the date, we said goodbye. I got into my car and began to drive away. I realized right away, though, that this guy was following me. Still, because of the distance to my house, I wasn't immediately scared. It's a big city, maybe he's just going the same way for a while. Surely he'll turn off on the freeway or something. He did not, though. My exit was coming up, and I decided not to take it. I kept on driving. I circled the entire city on the freeway, and he stayed right behind me. I was starting to panic a bit, so instead I decided to go to my friend's house instead of mine. When I pulled off the exit to that place, I noticed he did not follow. I had a little bit of a moment to catch my breath, and decided, okay, screw it, I'll just go home. I took the off-ramp back onto the freeway, and began going back to my exit. I got home, showered, and was getting ready to bed, sure that I had lost him when he didn't get off at the same time as me. I started to feel a bit dumb as well. Was I really sure that was him? Was I overreacting, maybe? How was I gonna ask him if he was following me? A number of things were racing through my overactive imagination. I decided I was going to message him and only say, "Had a good time, good night." Immediately, as soon as I started typing though, a message came through. A picture of my car outside my house. I nearly died. My heart jumped out of my chest, and I started shaking. I didn't know what to say. He sent me a text right after. "I didn't know you lived right across the street from me. I've met my neighbors before, and not once had I ever seen him." There was a huge apartment complex at the corner where my townhouse was, so maybe that's where he lived, but I was very suspicious on that. I popped up and went to look outside. Sure enough, there he was, just standing there in the middle of the street, like he was waiting for me. I opened the door and asked him what he wanted. He asked if he could come in, and if I wanted to still hang out. I told him I was exhausted, and I'd rather just crash out, as it had been a long day. The next morning, I woke up to go to work, only to find my windshield had been smashed in, my car was keyed, and my 2 back tires were slashed as well. As I was noting the damage to my vehicle, the guy came out of his car from nowhere with 2 coffees. "Oh, I thought I'd surprise you with morning coffee." Again, I was freaking out. I called the cops and reported the damage to my vehicle. The guy offered to drive me to work. but my gut was telling me not to go anywhere near him. I called my boss and told them the situation and explained I wasn't going to be there until after the police came. This guy was just kind of weirdly hanging around me the whole time, by the way. When the police finally got there, this guy started acting real suspicious. He walked away and was sort of hiding behind the other side of his car. I filed the report, and the police basically said, "Hope you have insurance." They were on their way to leave. They'd pulled around the corner when suddenly I heard the siren and the cop lights turned on. The cops began screaming, "Freeze! Put your hands in the air and get down on your knees!" I looked over, and one of the cops had his gun drawn on this guy. The dude was on the ground getting arrested. I spoke with the cop after he got the man into the back of his vehicle, and he explained the man was wanted for stalking, breach of probation, assault with a deadly weapon, fraud, and aggravated sexual assault. Needless to say, I was shaken up. It took me a couple of days to get over the hypothetical situations that could have happened. A week later, I was on my way out the door to work, and guess who was sitting there in my driveway? We live in Canada, by the way, so essentially you're released on conditions until you actually go to jail. I told him I was late for work, but I'd call him when I was done. I never actually went to work that day, though. I went around and found a new apartment in another area of the city. I also changed my phone number. I hired my friend's husband and a bunch of his tough buddies to go pack up my stuff in my apartment and move it to my new place. I was so scared this dude would somehow find out where I lived while I was moving too. So yeah, that's my horror story of the first time I used plenty of fish. So, when I was around 2 or 3 years old, my mom and dad, now divorced, were friends with this couple who worked with my dad at his office. They would often ask to babysit me and loved being around me quite a lot. My parents didn't really think anything of it. One day, though, they asked to take me to Disney World along with their niece. My mom didn't really have an issue with it, but my dad, on the other hand, thought this was quite weird, especially because they offered to pay everything for me. He told them no and made up an excuse as to why I could not go. The couple weren't seen for weeks after that. The company my dad and them worked for started an investigation because that same couple who wanted to take me to Disney had committed a massive fraud apparently and stolen hundreds of thousands of dollars. They disappeared immediately. My dad has no idea what happened to them since he no longer works there, but he fully believes they wanted to take me and disappear with me. He thinks they couldn't have kids of their own and really wanted one. It creeps me out whenever I think about the fact I could be living with a completely different family, living an entirely different life. Thank God my dad was home to stop it, because my mom was ready to let me go with them. A few years back, I worked for a vendor that operated exclusively inside Walmart storefronts. I had 30 or so locations I serviced, and 2 were right in my hometown. I had gone to one of the local stores to fix a bill pay kiosk. My wife texted me and said she was at that same Walmart, grabbing some formula for our son. She'd meet me out by her car so I could see them before going to my next call. I had just finished up with my repairs and started heading out towards where she said she parked. I walked out to see her pushing a buggy with a guy intently following her. I started to jog over that direction, calling her name. She turned and saw me, saw the guy as well, and the guy immediately froze. My wife started to bolt towards her car. The guy began to run diagonally between her car and another. I was in a dead sprint at this point towards both of them. At this point, a white Tahoe sped around, and the guy doubled back towards that vehicle. They sped off as soon as he jumped inside. I got to my wife, who was visibly shaken, trying to calm down our son. She had just jumped into her car with him and locked the door until I got there. She told me she recognized the guy from a post on our local news for stalking women in the Walmart across town a few weeks ago. Apparently, police were on the search for him. I managed to recognize the state the tag registered to and gave the police a description of the Tahoe and the tag state. We often wondered, had I not been there working that day, what could have happened? She won't go to town alone anymore, and I always watch around us whenever we're in town now. So, do you remember going to the mall to sit on Santa's lap and tell him everything you wanted for Christmas? Most kids have happy memories of this, but my trip to Santa's village became a nightmare. I was 5 years old, and I remember this day clearly. It's one of my earliest memories, and it still gives me anxiety after nearly 20 years. I have 2 sisters and 1 brother. Of us 3 girls, I was the youngest. My brother was younger than me even. He was only 3 at the time. My mom was taking us to Santa's village to see Santa Claus. My mom had her hands real full, trying to control all of us. My little brother was obviously the most difficult. Let go of his hand for just a second and he'd blast off to who knows where. My mom always had to be holding on to him because of this. My middle sister Mary also insisted my mom had to hold her hand at all times. My oldest sister Connie was supposed to watch over me. Connie was 8. We walked together, but I didn't want to let her hold my hand. I wanted to prove I was a big girl and walk independently. Mom parked at the back of the mall. Santa's village was in the rotunda at the front entrance, so we had a long walk to get there. The mall was jam-packed with people, and kids were running around everywhere. Well, Connie ran ahead of Mom, Mary, and Sammy to get in line for Santa. Connie was ahead of me when I ran past a storefront with many Christmas decorations covering the windows, so you couldn't really see inside. The gate covering the entrance was almost down to the floor, and I could hear Christmas music inside. I bent down and looked in. To my absolute delight, there was a Christmas wonderland with animatronics of reindeer and snowmen. I stooped and leaned under the gate. I skipped through the area of twinkling colored lights until I came upon a fake gingerbread house. I opened the door, and to my surprise, a Santa Claus was sitting right there. I was ecstatic. The man looked at me and said, "Come on, kid, sit on my knee and tell me all your Christmas wishes." I flew right onto his lap and spoke non-stop about what I wanted for Sammy, Mary, Connie, and I. When I finished, I said I had to go now. I tried to get up off his lap, but he held me so close I couldn't even breathe. He whispered down into my ear, "No, child, you'll stay with me from now on." I panicked and began to scream. The man released me in surprise, and I ran back through that maze of lights and slid under the gate. My mom was right there looking for me. I cried and said the Santa inside wouldn't let me go. She got mall security, and the store manager said that store was not even supposed to be open, and no Santa had been hired by them either. When they investigated the inside properly, the impostor Santa was nowhere to be found. Yesterday, while I, 23 and female, was on my way to work, a random man suddenly approached me and asked for my mobile number. I told him no, of course, and started to walk away, but he tried to argue with me and started walking after me. The conversation just went in a circle numerous times. When we arrived at the train station, he finally seemed to get my very oh-so-subtle hint that I did not want to talk to him, and so finally he left. I thought that would be the end of our interaction, and went more or less on my own merry way. Today, though, he turned up once again, a different time at the same train station. He stopped me while I was on my way back from work, initially blocking the entire path with his bike and asking for my number again. I told him no and tried to go around him. Of course, he followed me. Great. Anytime I told him I had no interest on getting to know him, he started rambling on and on about how he sensed all the love oozing off me, and he just knew I would feel the same. At least, if I only gave him a chance. For some inexplicable reason, that logic didn't convince me at all. When we got to the corner of the street I lived at, I stopped in place. I definitely was not going to let this stranger follow me all the way to my home. He noticed I'd stopped and told me, "Oh, don't worry, you can go home. I'll just come with you." He said this as if it were totally normal for someone to just invite themselves into another person's home, not even knowing each other's names or anything. Again, I told him that was not going to happen. Getting louder and far angrier at this point, he said okay and made like he was turning around to leave, or so I thought. As soon as I started approaching my home again, he suddenly rode his bike right up next to me. He began panting and begging me, giving me his sensing love shtick. So there I am standing there, going back and forth with this man, with him urging for me to just go home so he could follow me. It was only after I'd threatened him numerous times with the police and finally pulled out my phone that he did then leave. Whether it's for good or only for today, I guess we'll see. Either way, I asked my flatmate to come and walk back home with me. We took a detour just to be safe, and now I kinda just need to get this whole thing out my mind. I wanted to share this story so it will serve as a reminder to always follow your gut. Don't ever assume that just because you're in your own home and you get a strange feeling that you're only being paranoid. I'll give you an example right here. Several months ago, right as autumn was beginning and the days were becoming shorter, I was home alone at the house I shared with my roommate. Seasonal depression was sinking in, so I decided to just stay inside and have myself a lazy evening. I was on the couch flipping through Netflix when I got this overwhelming sensation that something was not quite right. It wasn't just a feeling of guilt or doubt or something because I wasn't being productive. It actually felt as if the whole world around me had come out of perfect alignment, like something was out of place. You know, the feeling you get while you're driving and one of your tires starts subtly deflating. I was unable to shake this feeling. I stood up and shut off the TV. I headed upstairs, not turning off any lights on the ground floor. Once upstairs, I turned on the hall light and entered the bathroom. I didn't feel like I was being watched necessarily, but I did feel this sense of invasion. I don't know how else to describe it. I got some music playing on my phone and decided I was going to take a hot shower. I was determined to distract myself and shake off this strange feeling. If I had any pets, I would have looked to see how they were acting, but I didn't, so I could only go off of how I felt. I chose to ignore that feeling of unrest. Before I was even done taking all my clothes off, though, I thought I could hear movement from downstairs. I muted my phone for a moment, but the noise didn't come again. I figured I was either hearing things or my roommate had returned home a little bit early and was downstairs. I didn't think for even a moment that some stranger might have entered my house. That's the type of thing that only ever happened to other people. I forced myself not to think like that. I knew that all my doors were locked and I lived in a safe neighborhood. That's what I kept telling myself at least. I turned the shower on and finished getting undressed. I got inside and stayed in the shower longer than I needed to. Being in there did help, but it didn't completely calm my nerves down. As soon as I turned off the water, that feeling was back in full force. I suddenly felt like I needed to be very quiet. I stepped carefully out of the shower and turned off my phone. It was then that I noticed that underneath the crack of the door, there was the shadow of someone standing just outside. The only thing standing between me and that person was an old wooden door and a latch lock that anyone could break if they threw even a fraction of their weight into it hard enough. I stared down at the shadow. Finally, I allowed myself to panic. Had it been my roommate or a family member with a spare key, they would not just be standing still outside the door. Surely they would knock and announce themselves if they needed something. I didn't even hear anyone breathing. A scenario flashed through my head of me not having noticed that shadow, throwing open the door in an oblivious fashion, and having a knife driven into my heart as I fell into the arms of a masked stranger. I slowly put on my shorts and my shirt and stared at that shadow under the door, still unmoving. After another moment, I made a decision. I slowly began to open the bathroom window. I flushed the toilet, then lifted up the wooden frame of the window. I swung my legs out of it. As I was sliding out fully onto the roof, my head knocked against the blinds and made them rattle. I swear in that split second, my heart stopped in place. I could hear movement starting outside the door. I looked out the window right as I heard the door crash open behind me. I slid across the roof and immediately let myself fall to the cold ground. I rolled and picked myself up and sprinted across my lawn, not even bothering to look back and see if they were chasing me. I ran back to my neighbor's house and pounded on their back door until they let me in. I called the police from my phone after they locked the door behind me. When the police got there, they searched my home and discovered that it was empty. Inside every single room, though, they found evidence of footprints and signs that someone had been rummaging around through my things. The intruder had been wandering from room to room while I was in the shower. Outside the living room window, they discovered very specific DNA that indicated he was watching me as I was laying down on the couch. This guy had patiently waited for me to leave the ground floor before entering the home through the back door. He then waited for me outside the bathroom when he could have easily broken in and grabbed me. There were 1,000 things that could have gone wrong that night. I could have ignored my gut feeling the second time. The intruder could have decided to be less patient. I could have shut the lights off behind me so there was no shadow at all. He could have waited down the hall instead of right outside the door. I really believe I had a 1 in 100 chance of getting out of there alive, and I somehow rolled the dice and beat the odds. I should be dead. I have no idea who that guy was or why he chose my home. I do know one thing for certain, though. I will never doubt my gut feelings again. Take this to heart, everyone listening, and try to always be aware of your surroundings. Play it safe even if it feels silly, and never ignore your gut instincts. All throughout the mid to late 90s, I spent my time alternating back and forth between my parents who had divorced when I was 6. During the summer, I preferred to stay at my dad's single-story ranch-style house in a quiet cul-de-sac, as opposed to my mom's place in the city. My dad's place was much quieter and had a better feeling of privacy with its big fenced-in backyard. During the warmer months, I would enjoy sleeping with my window cracked open and my fan on. The city was always too noisy to have the window open at night. I remember at the time, my dad was usually working late and would arrive home around 8 p.m. or later. The majority of the day, that meant I would be home alone. I would often spend the time on my dad's computer, using the dial-up internet. Back in those days, if you wanted to use internet, you had to keep in mind that you were sacrificing your ability to use the phone. On this particular day, it was getting pretty late, and I had been sitting down for a while. I decided to get up and make myself a quick snack. The sunlight was fading outside already, and it was just starting to get dark. I didn't turn on any lights as I walked down the hallway and turned into the kitchen though. Using the light from inside the fridge, I began to shuffle around, looking for something to make a sandwich out of. And that's when I heard something that made me pause. Back inside my room, I had a lamp on my nightstand that had these tiny little charms hanging from the shade. Whenever I went to raise or lower my window, the nightstand would shake a bit, and those charms would make tiny wind chime type noises. I was used to the sound, but I had never once heard it from outside my room, because why would anyone else ever be touching my window? For such a tiny noise, I was surprised at just how far it traveled. I remember there being an animalistic moment where my entire body froze, and I felt my sense of hearing dial itself up to 11. I strained to catch every small noise coming from my room. I could hear footsteps on my carpet, and some muffled voices as well. I heard the creak of my door opening. I let the fridge door swing shut and rushed over to the back door. As soon as I opened it though, I paused. Out that back door led to our screened-in back porch, which led outside to our fenced-in yard. Going through and opening the screen door was going to make way too much noise, and whoever was now in the house would be able to easily catch me before I was able to unlock the gate to exit the backyard. I would have to run back towards the intruders to get to the front door. Not knowing what else to do in that moment, I ducked into a small closet right next to the fridge where my dad kept the vacuum. There was barely enough room inside for me to stand up straight. I knew if they happened to open that door, I would be caught immediately. I kept my hand on the doorknob and pulled it closed. I heard 2 sets of footsteps walking down the front hall, and suddenly somebody was in the kitchen with me. They weren't even trying to be cautious. They were just sauntering around, opening cabinets and drawers like they belonged there. I heard them open the fridge right next to me even, and knock a few things around inside. I heard an annoyed voice call out from the hallway. "What the hell are you doing?" A second voice responded. "I'm starving, man. I haven't eaten all day." "Get the fuck out of there." The first voice snapped, and the fridge door slammed shut abruptly. Suddenly, there was a tug on the handle of the closet I was hiding in. I tensed, and I held the door latch firm. All the guy had to do was pull on it a little harder, and I would have toppled right out onto the floor. "Hey, this one's locked." The voice came from right outside the door. As soon as I heard it, I knew I was done for. I mentally prepared myself to be kidnapped or murdered. The second voice called out again, though, and interrupted that train of thought. "Hey, did you open this?" "No, why?" "Somebody was just here. Must have run out the back." I heard both of the intruders run out to the back porch. I could have taken that moment to run, but I was shaking so hard at nearly being caught that I didn't trust myself to try and take a single step. I thought about trying to go for the cordless phone on the counter, but then I remembered that the dial-up internet was still being used, and the phone line would be unavailable. After another few moments, the men ran back into the house and made for the front door. I heard the front door unlock and swing open. They hadn't been out of the house for more than 5 seconds before I heard a police siren wailing as it drove past. It turned out my neighbor had spotted the 2 men walking around outside and called the cops as soon as she noticed them opening my window from the outside. The intruders were kids themselves, really. One was 18 and the other was 19. My dad arrived home shortly after, and we ended up staying at my aunt's for the night. I was incredibly shaken for the next several days, and the smallest of noises made me incredibly anxious. I was too afraid to be alone. Looking back now, those 2 kids likely would have taken off running if they had found me. They didn't even have any weapons on them, but at the time, I didn't exactly know that. The experience traumatized my tiny 11-year-old mind. Who would have thought on a quiet cul-de-sac with houses surrounding me on all sides and the sun not even completely down that my house would get invaded? And the city may be noisier, but at least at the time it felt safer. So, about 9 years ago, my now husband, 44 and male, and I, 40 and female, were driving across country from California to Florida. My husband had an enormous Rottweiler named Kuma. It means bear in Japanese if you don't know. He was 110 pounds. I had only just met Kuma 2 days prior at the time, since my hubby and I were in a long-distance relationship back then. Kuma and I didn't really know each other well yet, but he was a great boy and loved to talk a lot. We called them humble grumbles. We stopped at a gas station so we could all get out a bit, stretch, and use the restrooms. He put Kuma on his leash and said he'd take him for a quick walk. I offered to do it instead though, since I didn't really need to use the bathroom urgently myself. Now, I'm not a small girl. I'm 5'10" in height, but I am petite as my husband calls me. I'm only about 125 pounds. I'll admit I was a bit nervous once he handed me the leash and told me to hold him, because if Kuma decided to try anything, I wouldn't be strong enough to really stop him. My husband noticed my nervousness at first. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's well trained, he won't just take off, and he won't let anything bad happen to you either." It's important to note that Kuma had no formal protection training. He just loved whatever his dad did, and knew he was supposed to protect and keep it safe. Once he was sure I was comfortable, my husband headed inside, leaving Kuma and I near the far right side of the gas station. We were near a little dirt path near a wooded area. It was very dark out, and there wasn't really much light being shed so far from the building. It was a busy little station though, and I could see people all around, so it's not like I felt isolated or anything. I started to walk slowly, allowing Kuma to take in his surroundings, when all of a sudden I heard a noise coming from behind me. I turned around and saw a man walking out of the darkness. He noticed me, slowed his gait, looked around and then back at me, and then gave me this eerie smile. I was getting a bad feeling about this. He changed direction suddenly and started heading directly toward me. "It's awful dangerous out here alone. Are you by yourself?" Something in his eyes told me I needed to run. Just as I was about to start bolting and heading towards the people and lights of the station though, I heard another sound. This one was new to me. As I clenched my hand preparing to run or die fighting off Creepy McCreeperson, I felt the leash tugging. In the moment, I'd forgotten that I wasn't alone at all. The sound I heard was a warning, a lethal one, the deepest and most menacing growl I've ever heard come out of an animal. Kuma stepped out from behind me, where he'd been observing this threat. The man's creepy smile immediately wiped off his face, as did a few shades of color. Kuma placed his body between mine and the approaching strangers and pressed back against me, urging me toward the Jeep. He didn't have to tell me twice, though. I turned and started making my way back to the car. He walked backward while pressed against me the whole time, watching my back until we made it back to where we had parked. I tried to look for the man after we arrived, but he'd either run back to wherever he'd come from or made it inside by taking a longer route, well outside of Kuma's reach. I told my husband what happened, and honestly, I'm not sure who would have done more damage to that unfortunate man had they managed to locate him. Every day for the next 9 years, Kuma was my best friend and guardian. This happened about 3 years ago during summertime. I was riding my motorbike in the mountains of Gifu. All morning long, it had been very bright and sunny out. Then suddenly, the pitter-patter of rain started up out of nowhere. I came across a rest stop area and pulled in to take a short break. In the service area, there was a toilet and some shops in a building with a wooden roof. There was also a table and a little bench in what looked to be a little hut. As I was using the toilet, the rain really began to pour down, and thunder started to echo through the mountains. The rain didn't seem as if it would stop anytime soon, so I thought I'd better change into my emergency raincoat. I took off my backpack and headed towards the sheltered hut. While I was getting my raincoat out of my backpack, I put my other things down on the table. I casually glanced up, only to see an elderly couple sat right opposite to me on the bench. They hadn't been there just a second ago. When did they show up? I didn't really care about that too much, though. I was more worried about when this damn thunderstorm was going to stop already. I stared at the sky for 2 to 3 minutes, trying to figure out what this crazy weather was going to do next. The elderly couple that had showed up out of nowhere didn't say a single word. Things started to feel a little bit uncomfortable, a little awkward, if you will, so I tried to break the silence. "This rain started up real suddenly, huh?" The old man talked to me in a dead flat voice. It's always raining. It only just started to rain, though. What the hell was he talking about? They both looked at the sky and not at me, so I didn't get a good look at their faces. "Man, if I don't take a quick rest, I'll never make it home," I said. The old man paused for a couple of seconds and said, "I really feel for the ones who won't make it, huh?" What a weird thing to say. I could suddenly hear some voices shouting in the distance. When I looked around, the old couple had disappeared. That's all I can really remember. Next thing I know, I was jolted awake. I opened my eyes to find I was being shaken by some random guy. He looked about 30 years old or something. "Hey, are you alright?" He looked very concerned while he was shaking my shoulder. I asked him what was going on and what had happened. He said he'd seen me when he pulled in to use the rest area's toilet. Apparently, I was climbing over the safety railings onto the mountain path close to the wharf. I was stood dangerously close to a cliff's edge. He said I looked completely dazed and disoriented, so he had to jump over and stop me from jumping off, or whatever the hell it was I was going to do. I really have no recollection of that, though. I must have been unconscious for all of 2 minutes at the most. I still very clearly remembered the rain, but as I mentioned it, the guy who saved me from jumping off the cliff edge said that it hadn't rained at all that day. Well, yeah, it must have been raining because, look, I pointed to my raincoat only to discover that I didn't have it on. I looked around me and there were no puddles, no wet ground, or any sort of sign it had been raining either. Last year, 3 friends and I went motorbiking along the mountain paths of Yuta Takayama. We took a break in the rest area. It looked kind of cool actually, like an old cabin. It was pretty great because there was no one else around really. One of my friends, let's call him A, was laying down and stretching out on the bench. Another friend, who we'll call B, was taking in the scenery. It was extremely beautiful in this area. I guess we had stayed there relaxing for about 30 minutes or so, when black clouds began to gather overhead. It looked as if a downpour was on the cards. I quickly headed toward the sheltered area by the bench that A was lying down at. He was fast asleep, so I shook him awake. He wouldn't wake up though. He was out like a light. As the thunderstorm stirred and raged, we noticed an elderly couple who'd suddenly appeared to take shelter. "Hey there, it's a real weatherly nightmare, isn't it?" The old man replied. "Yeah, it truly is." As B and I talked, the old couple sat there in silence and just stared at A, who was still sleeping. I found this couple very creepy. I didn't like the way they were staring at my friend. I didn't want to stick around them for much longer. The thunder was cracking all around us though, and it made me and B jump up in surprise. Apparently, it was loud enough to wake A up as well. He shot up straight away and said, "Did you see their faces?" I had no idea what he was talking about. I looked around and noticed that the old couple were now gone. B seemed confused. He ran out of the hut only to come back in and say there were only our bikes in the parking area. Where the hell did that old couple go? We were out in the middle of the mountains. It was impossible to get around by foot out here. Man, I can't feel that horrible feeling anymore. We asked A what he was talking about. While I was sleeping, I felt something terrible, kind of like a nightmare. I opened my eyes and that elderly couple was approaching me. When they sat down, I pretended to be asleep. "Oh, so you were awake the whole time? You heard us talking then?" Yeah, for some reason I really didn't want those guys to come near me. My friend was shaking out. He was really stressed out, and their disappearance seemed to have rattled him. He always liked to pretend to be asleep when something was about to go down. We really have no idea what was going on with that couple, or why they gave off such a strange and ominous feeling. I used to work for a small trucking company that would deliver frozen product to stores across several states. For the most part, I would do 3 or 4 deliveries before heading back to the warehouse and then heading home. Every once in a while, though, we would have a long delivery round where we would end up too far to head back that same day. We would have to sleep somewhere overnight before heading back. Usually, I just pull over the truck into a truck stop and rest for a few hours, then get back on the road. Anyway, I was scheduled for a long delivery on this day, and I knew I wouldn't get back until pretty damn late the next day. I got ready and headed out. Nothing really happened the entire way there. I drove the route, unloaded the truck, and started to head back. It was pretty late though, around 1 in the morning or so. I figured I should stop and rest for an hour or two before continuing on the way back. The last sign I'd seen for a truck stop said 40 miles ahead though, so I still had quite a bit of a ways to go before getting there. I tend to space out for long periods of time when driving down long straight roads, especially this late at night when nobody else is out driving. All of a sudden though, I thought I saw something flickering in my side mirror. I looked over and noticed headlights shining from right behind the trailer. I couldn't see the car that these were coming from at all though. Usually that meant the car was in my blind spot, too close to the back for me to see. I continued down the road at the same speed, waiting for this car to get into the other lane and pass me by. To my surprise though, whoever this was staying right behind me at the exact same distance. This was starting to really bother me. I knew if I had to brake for any reason, this guy was for sure going to hit me. The truck stop was just a few miles ahead though, so I tried to ignore them for the rest of the way there. Finally, I saw the sign for the rest area and started to pull in. As I was turning, I checked my mirrors again and saw the car start to slow down. They continued to follow me, even into the parking lot. I honestly wasn't sure what to make of this at this point. I figured maybe I'd accidentally cut him off a while back or something, and he wanted to scream at me about it. I'd gotten a lot of angry drivers in my years of trucking, so I was pretty used to being yelled at. I'd never had someone follow me like this though. I pulled into an open spot and shifted into park. The car slowly trailed in behind me and got closer and closer to the back before eventually stopping. Once again, they had parked too close for me to actually see them in the mirrors. At this point, I was getting a bit weirded out. I got out and started walking around to the back to question them. Almost as soon as I slammed my driver door shut though, they slammed it in reverse and drove away in such a rush that I couldn't even see their license plate. I could tell that whoever was driving was an older man though. The car was white and had patches of rust all over. It looked somewhat similar to one of those old police cars with the front bumper bars. I stood out there by the back of the truck for a couple of minutes, making sure everything was still securely locked and that the person wouldn't be coming back. I then got back in the truck and turned it off. I double-checked all the doors to make sure they were locked, and did one quick glance out all the windows to make sure there were no more cars around. Then I laid back and closed my eyes. All of a sudden, I heard a bang echo through my trailer. I checked my watch and saw that almost 2 hours had passed by, and now it was a little past 3 a.m. There was another loud bang, this time even louder. I looked over in the side mirror and saw a faint shadow moving around towards the back. This time I got really freaked out. I grabbed the small knife I kept in the middle compartment and started making my way back there. This time though, I left the driver's door open so as to not make any noise. As I got closer, I crouched down a little and looked underneath the trailer. I could clearly see someone standing right up against the back of the truck. Their car was right behind them, with its headlights turned off. Once I saw that, a rush of fear ran through my body. I decided not to approach any further, and instead shouted out to them. My voice was admittedly a little bit shaky, but it seemed to do the trick. They rushed into their car and sped off. Looking at the back door, there were scratches all over the lock, and clear marks as if they were trying to cut it open. I looked around to see if any other trucks could have seen the incident, but the lot was pretty empty. After a couple of minutes, I ended up just getting back on the road and headed straight home. Nothing else happened for the rest of the trip. I always assumed this was just a guy trying to steal from my trailer, but obviously he didn't know I was on my way back from a delivery, and the whole trailer was empty. Anyways, it was still pretty damn unnerving. This happened to me during my early years of trucking, and I still get paranoid sometimes with a feeling a car may be following right behind me without me being able to see them. Going to see my family during the summer is quite fun. Traveling 3 days by car, after getting there, we would have about 3 good weeks ahead of us to spend in Nebraska. I myself am from Pennsylvania. I was really excited when my aunt asked us to stay with her. I mean, she was a pretty good aunt. We were already 4 days into the vacation, and I wanted to stay up late one night. I opened up my laptop and decided to Skype my friend Brody. We talked for about 2 hours, until my aunt's dog suddenly started barking upstairs. I'm ashamed to admit I grabbed the dog and told him to shut up. Brody and I continued our conversation, but the dog would not stop barking. This time, I chalked it up to probably being my sister, who had just come in through the door. I felt a bit relieved that she was here now, but she went right to bed. It was now about 2:45 in the morning. Brody and I had already finished our conversation. As I lay there trying to get some sleep myself, the dog began barking once more. At this point, I was getting quite annoyed. I wanted to go to sleep and I was exhausted. Right as I was about to get angry though, I heard a tapping on the window behind me. I was in the living room, and there was this glass window, a large one that made up a majority of the wall. I was already a bit creeped out thanks to the dog's barking, not to mention I was not that familiar with my aunt's place. When I heard this tapping, I was expecting the worst. It was common for drunks to wander around this area. The place was almost infamous for it, so when I turned around to look at what was out there, I was expecting some random drunk to be tapping at the window. Yeah, my aunt lived a little too close to the bar for sure. Sure enough, as I turned around, I could see at the window there was a bald man staring in at me. I jumped out of my skin when I saw him. He looked sweaty and dirty. He was swaying about back and forth. He indeed looked to be very drunk. He then tapped again, even though I was already looking at him. He began speaking to me, muffled by the glass. "Hey there, don't be rude to your dog. I heard everything you said to that poor thing. Just because it's barking doesn't mean it's your worst nightmare. That would be me." He then started this freakish laugh, as if he thought that was the funniest thing in the world. He then bolted away as fast as he could around the side of the house, looking like he was about to trip the whole time. It was a bit too dark to actually see his face, or where he'd actually gone. I wasn't entirely sure if I should call the cops or wake someone up. Sure, you might say it was some drunk playing a prank, but this guy really seemed to want to scare me. It makes me wonder what he might have done if there was no wall or glass separating us. Alcohol does tear away your judgment and your inhibitions. That incident made me realize that no matter where you are in the world, nothing is really perfectly safe. Not unless you're in a place with people you absolutely know and trust. The last thing you want is to experience that sort of thing. So be safe out there, everyone. Be sure to shut your blinds and be nice to your dog as well. My sister and I went to a Jack-in-the-Box during the summer of 2016. We grabbed our stuff and sat at the table closest to the window. Honestly, I really hated being alone in that place. It didn't make me feel that much better being with my sister either. Something about that area was just weird. I suddenly remembered that I should buy my mom some food to bring back home to her as well. I got up to the counter and ordered her some food, then rejoined my sister. As I came back though, I noticed my sister now looked quite frightened and weirded out. She said that this weird-looking homeless guy kept on staring at her. We both turned around in our booth and tried to eat our food, ignoring this weird guy. What happened next completely terrified me though. All of a sudden, another guy began running out of the store with this little girl. I thought she must have still been in school. She looked like she was 5 or 6 years old. Maybe they were running out like that because it was early in the morning and they were late for school or something. We were eating there pretty early. I was terribly wrong though. It took me a moment to remember that day was actually a school holiday. No one would be running to get to school. Plus, the look on their faces looked like they were both quite creeped out. I could feel knots in my stomach suddenly. My sister grabbed me by the arm and practically dragged me out of there. I tugged my arm away, quite confused and surprised. I asked her what was wrong. She kept staring behind me back into the restaurant. Well, if that father and daughter were running away, they had to be running away from something. We need to leave too. I turned around to look back, only to see that coming out of the doors of the Jack-in-the-Box was that same homeless man. He was looking at my sister still, and had what looked to be a knife in his hand. He was smiling, revealing a lot of missing teeth. He began stumbling towards us, slowly but surely moving. We ran away from him. All the while, we could hear him calling her name, my sister's name, perfectly. Neither of us, to this day, have any idea how that man even knew it. It really makes me wonder how long that man must have been watching my sister. After that, we never went back to that Jack-in-the-Box ever again. If you ever go out like that, even when you're with somebody, always be aware of your surroundings, because there's no telling what might happen around you at any moment. What that man could have done had we not noticed him in time could have been quite a lot worse. The summer I turned 27, my boyfriend of 3 years invited me to stay over at his parents' place for a week. They were heading off on some month-long vacation around Europe, so they asked him to watch their house while they were going to be gone. A big reason was they needed someone to take care of Buster, their 7-year-old beagle. Instead of staying there all alone, my boyfriend asked me to come keep him company. It was super fun having all that privacy, and it was kind of emotional too, seeing how things might play out if we stayed together and achieved our career goals. It was also summer, and with both of us being teachers, neither of us had any real commitments or anything like that. While Jay's parents were in Europe, we had our own little staycation right there in that house. I arrived on Friday evening and stayed all the way until late Thursday night, only occasionally heading home to grab a change of clothes or something out of my fridge. That Thursday, we stayed in bed until late in the morning, then headed out to get brunch at our favorite spot. I ordered my usual and he ordered his. It was a nice little brunch date like that always put me in a great mood. I was walking out of the cafe shop and back towards his car. I was in a really good mood at that point. I distinctly remember, though, the moment I lost some of that good feeling, having spotted a guy across the street sitting in his car and very clearly staring at me. I did a double take just to make sure I wasn't imagining things, but no, there he was just staring back at me with this vacant expression on his face. I didn't want to say anything to Jason, my boyfriend, just in case things escalated and it ruined our day for no reason. Once we were safely back in his car, I told him about the guy who was staring us down. He reacted exactly how I expected him to, kind of mad at first, but then trying to make light of it by telling me how pretty I looked. I didn't mention it to him, but that wasn't the kind of look the guy was giving me, like he was trying to stare at me because he found me hot or something. It was just this expressionless 1,000-yard stare, like he didn't give a crap if I knew he was staring or not. That was definitely the creepiest part. We got back to his parents' place, hung out some more, and playfully argued about where to order takeout from. We had a generally nice afternoon together, and dinner was quite good as well. I won with my suggestion of Korean food. Once again, a nice time was had by all. With us being teachers, we were conditioned to have an earlier bedtime, so after a few glasses of wine and a little bit of Big Bang Theory, we took a shower together and then went to sleep. As I mentioned earlier, we were taking care of Buster, the old beagle, that I had come to absolutely adore by that period of my stay. He was just so chill and friendly to everyone. I swear, I had never seen a dog so hungry for cheese of all things. Buster had apparently gotten pretty smart in his older years too. Whenever he needed the bathroom, he'd just walk up to the back patio doors of the house, sit his butt down, and just stare at you and whine if you didn't immediately get up to let him out into the yard. It was cute and very polite of him. I remember that night waking up and needing to pee really bad. When I was in the bathroom, though, I could hear Buster whining. There was no scratching, but he was still whining at the door. After I finished with my business, I figured I'd go let Buster out to have his. Right as I got to the top of the stairs, though, I saw him right there in his doggy bed, not by the door. He was still whining all the same. He was also not lying down in his bed like he'd usually be doing. Instead, he was sat bolt upright. There was only a little bit of light going downstairs from the hallway I was in, but I could see him looking up at me, just like he'd do if he needed to go to the bathroom. I walked downstairs to him and said, "What's up, buddy?" Right then, when I got to him, he turned his head to look at something in the TV room. He kept staring until I too looked in that direction. There, sitting on one of the two couches that faced each other, was a man wearing dark clothing and a ski mask. Before I could react, he had a gun pointed at me and gestured to the couch in front of me, then told me to sit down. It was like I wasn't in control of my own body anymore. I knew I shouldn't do what he was telling me. I knew I should run or try to scream, try to hide or anything to avoid getting with arm's reach. I still did what he told me, though. I sat down on the couch and tried to speak, tried to tell him that we'd do anything if he wouldn't hurt us. Instead, he cut me off. "Is Jason here?" The fact he knew my boyfriend's name, I can't even begin to describe how much that terrified me. If this was just some random break-in, they might at least be happy with some money or valuables or something like that. But knowing my boyfriend by name meant this must be personal. I did the only thing I could. I lied and shook my head. I remember how dark the guy's eyes looked in the low lighting, and how they never blinked once. After I shook my head, he then asked me in the same whispered voice, "Why is Jason not here if his car is parked outside?" Again, I felt that same terror. He must know Jason quite well. What the hell was he into, though, that a man with a gun would come breaking into his parents' house in the middle of the night? I think what scared me more than anything was not knowing what happened to get us into this kind of mess in the first place. I could die never knowing what the hell he'd done. Just 1 minute I'd be there wondering in horror, and the next there'd be nothing but a void of unanswered questions. The masked man asked me again if Jason was there, and more specifically if he was upstairs sleeping. I knew it was pointless to lie again, so this time I said nothing and did nothing. I just waited for whatever came next. Maybe he might shoot me and go upstairs and do the same thing to Jason, or maybe he'd just walk right past me, and I'd have to listen to the last moments of my boyfriend's life. Instead, the guy seemed to take a completely different persona all of a sudden. He stopped pointing the gun at me. Not completely, but not directly at me anymore. He then sank back into the couch and asked if I knew why he was there. I shook my head in response. I remember how he laughed silently to himself and said, "Of course not." That was one of the few times I found the strength to speak, and although I wanted to ask him why he was there, all that came out was a simple, "Please don't hurt us." The guy leaned forward again and then told me in words that'll stay with me until I die, "I'm not gonna hurt either of you. I was gonna. That's the reason I came here. I was gonna shoot your dumbass boyfriend. You know why?" I shook my head, and he instantly responded, "Because he's been cheating with my wife." It was only then that I noticed he had something in his other hand, a folded up piece of paper. He then put the gun on the armrest of the couch and unfolded it, then put it down in front of me. I saw it was some kind of collage. Each picture was of some kind of text message exchange from an app called Telegram. That was all except for one, which showed the contact details of one of the participants. It was Jason. It was 100% him. I assumed the other participant was the guy's wife. I don't know why he brought it with him. Maybe to show Jason so he couldn't deny it away. Maybe to show someone like me so they'd know it wasn't just some kind of mistake. Either way, once he'd successfully broke in and bumped into me instead of Jason, he decided against the second half of his plan. That's something I consider to be divine intervention, because I'm certain if it was Jason that had woken up and gone downstairs to check on Buster instead of me, he would have died right there before I even knew what was happening. Because it was me, though, someone the intruder saw as an innocent party, it gave him second thoughts. He got up to leave. I was filled with a wave of relief so strong I could have burst into tears. "So, I guess you're gonna call the cops now, right?" I shook my head for what seemed like the 20th time in minutes. "Nah, now you're gonna do it, and I'm dumb as hell for doing this in the first place." I felt a few last pangs of anxiety as he walked towards the patio doors, which were ever so slightly ajar. He must have somehow gotten in without waking us up that way. Now that I think about it, though, maybe he did wake me up, and that's when I realized I needed to pee. I guess that's neither here nor there, though. The last thing I said before he walked out was a really shaky thank you. I realize now that I was thanking him for 3 reasons. Firstly, it wasn't a thank you, so much as trying to confirm he wasn't about to change his mind and kill both of us. Second, it was a thank you for not hurting us. But thirdly, it was actually me thanking him for telling me what Jason was doing. At the time, I felt very protective of Jay, and was glad he wasn't hurt. I know that somewhere in there, though, he had planted a bizarre seed of gratitude in my head. After I thanked him, he stopped, looked back, and said he should be thanking me right now. I feel a kind of crazy guilt typing this out, but my first instinct was to call the cops. There was no guarantee he wasn't going to change his mind and come back. I don't know if he'd been drinking or was crazy or anything else that might cause him to do something he'd regret. That's when I stumbled back upstairs on trembling legs, grabbed my phone and called 911. Jason woke up in the process. It took a few minutes of describing what happened to the operator before I was able to ask Jason about the events. The moment I did, I knew it was all true. I'd spent 3 years with him learning all his little quirks and tells. I could read his facial expressions like a book. What Jason's face said to me after I asked was, "How do you know about this?" He tried to tell me he didn't know what I was talking about. The guy was obviously mental ill with some sort of delusions or something, and the cops better get there quick. I even remember him calling me baby over and over. All that I felt in that moment was that I stopped loving him. It was a sick joke. I think it was the way he used that threat to our lives as a perfect excuse to try and not talk about Melanie. How he'd been playing his hide the salami with her for the past effing who knows how long. He kept on saying stuff like the only thing that matters right now is we're safe and everything can wait. I don't know if I had ever felt that kind of anger before. And when the cops finally arrived to take statements from each of us, I had to struggle to keep myself together. It might sound kind of weird, but I don't really blame the guy for being as angry as he was. If my ex-boyfriend had kept his junk in his pants, there would have been no reason for anyone to plan any messed up revenge killings. Sure, the guy should have gone about it in a responsible way, but we don't live in a perfect world where everyone else does everything they're supposed to, and none of the stuff they're not. If they did, I might not have this terrible memory now. After my parents got divorced, I really disliked being with my dad. My mom and dad still lived in the same neighborhood, although not really close together. I spent most of my time with my mom, although I did have a room at both of their houses. My dad had gotten really depressed after the divorce. He spent a lot of the time that I was with him drinking and not really paying much attention to me. I only spent the occasional weekend over at his place, and only when he really insisted on it. Since I was spending Christmas with my mom, he insisted I spend the weekend before Christmas over at his place. My parents arranged all of that. I was around 10 years old at the time. I think that's important to know if you're to understand some of the decisions I make in this story. It was a pretty lousy day ever since I walked home from school to my dad's place. It had been snowing pretty heavily all day long, so walking to the house caused my feet to get pretty soaked because of the snow. Once I arrived at my dad's place, he had already begun drinking, so the night was not going so great. The only thing I did like was the fact it was snowing outside. I sat at the window drinking hot chocolate and watching the snow fall. My dad drank so much that he eventually fell asleep in his easy chair. It wasn't unusual, but it made the night as bad as any other. I was only 10, and I really didn't know what to be doing in the house basically by myself. It wasn't the first time that I completely had to take care of myself, but I didn't really like it. It seemed like I was wasting my time and my night being here at this house. And that's when I got the brilliant idea that I should just walk over to my mom's place. I had made the walk before. It was a bit long and I wasn't supposed to be out so late at night. Maybe my mom might be asleep or out of the house at the moment, but I could not stand spending any more time here with my passed out father. I bundled up as best as I could with what I had on hand, and then I set out into the snow. It had been really snowing hard, and it had been building up on the ground this whole time. That made it a much harder walk out there than it had been walking home from school, but I was determined to make it back to my mom's house. I was moving really slowly through the snow. As I walked by each streetlight, I saw just how hard and heavy it was really falling. A few times I felt I should turn back around and go back to my dad's house, but I figured it would be fine when I eventually made it home. I had gotten maybe about halfway when something happened. A door opened suddenly and an older man came out onto his porch. He started talking to me, asking me if I wanted to come into his house and get warm. He said it was way too cold and wet out there, and that if I came into his house, he could call my father for me to come and pick me up. I waved him off, telling him I was fine. I was just trying to get home, and I could make it there all on my own. And that was when he started offering me things like hot chocolate and fudge if I came into the house. He was making me feel uneasy. I was not supposed to talk to adults I didn't know. I wished I could have walked faster, but I would have had to walk in the street for that, and I wasn't allowed to do that either. I wanted to get away from this man. As I tried to go on, I kept note of him from the corner of my eye. The man began coming down his front walk quickly, coming right for me. I didn't think much about it, but I got scared out of my wits when he suddenly grabbed me by the arm. He started trying to pull me toward the front walk, and I knew he was trying to get me into his home. I was terrified, and I struggled my best to get away from him. I began screaming out and yelling at him to let me go, but the guy was dragging me, and he was a lot bigger than me. He was winning easily. There was no doubt he was going to get me inside his house. I got extremely lucky, however, as a snowplow just happened to be coming down the street at the same time. It caught the attention of the man dragging me. I was able to use the icy slickness of the sidewalk to knock him off balance and throw him onto his back. I then jumped over the snowbank separating the sidewalk from the road and in front of that snowplow. The man who grabbed me got up and started running back towards the house. The snowplow stopped, and a big man got out of the cab. I ran over to him and told him the man in that house had just tried to abduct me and asked if he could help me out. The driver let me into his truck and used his phone to call the police. He waited in front of the house until they arrived, which took a while. When they arrived, they went and confronted the man in the house. He was arrested for attempting to abduct me. The police then took me to my mom's house. I did get in some trouble for attempting to walk in the first place. Mostly though, my parents were both happy nothing bad happened to me. That was the closest call I ever had in my life. This happened back in 2021. I, 27 and female, had just moved from Melbourne to rural Australia to live with my fiancé. At that time, he was still only my boyfriend. He was 29 and was on military posting at the army base. The town we moved to was pretty isolated, about 4 to 5 hours to reach any large city in each direction. It was still big enough though, with a few different suburbs surrounding the main area. Neither of us really knew the area at all before moving, and this led us to get a house in a pretty sketchy part of town. I'll try to explain the setup of the house first, as this will be important later. The house we moved into was quite old. It had huge glass windows everywhere, including the entirety of the front of the house. Because of this, you could easily see into the kitchen, living room, and one of the unused bedrooms without coming down the driveway. There was an old metal fence to the left of the house, which was about 1.5 meters tall. It led directly into the backyard. To the right of the house was a small path, hidden by an overgrowth of bush and plants from the front. With a locked gate, the height of the house that led to the back semi-enclosed patio and back door. The path was right next to the kitchen window. You couldn't exactly see out when the light was on, but you could see in if you were outside. When coming in through the back door from the patio, you would walk through the laundry with an adjacent bathroom, into the kitchen with our bedroom off to the left, and a second one directly next to ours. My boyfriend was out doing military stuff for a week, so I had been home alone. It was summer during this time, and it was quite hot. The house had terrible AC, so I had been sleeping with the windows open, and even left the back door wide open on accident when falling asleep a few times. I've always felt safe in Australia, and have lived mostly alone ever since I was 18. I didn't really have an issue with it. It comes to Friday, my 5th day there alone, and I decided to walk into town and find something to do. The walk took about an hour each way, and when I finally got home, I was looking forward to doing nothing besides getting out of this damn heat. I spent most of the afternoon in the living room, playing PlayStation and watching TV. I had heard a few weird noises, though, down the side of the house on the path next to the kitchen, leading to the patio. The guy who lived next to us had a workshop of some kind, though, so I assumed it must have just been him tinkering around. I'm one of those people who lay in bed before they're ready to go to sleep. As I laid there, around 10 p.m. or so, I was doing my nightly scroll of Reddit. This really saved my ass, as I read a story that prompted me to get up out of bed and go close and lock the back door, which I'd almost forgotten to do. The back door had a normal lock, then a reinforced deadlock with a key screwed into the wall. 45 minutes or so later, still hearing the neighbor tinkering around occasionally, I decided I was ready to actually go to bed. I go and start turning off all the lights, including the back patio light and kitchen light. I lay down in bed and am finishing up my mindless scrolling when I hear the noises again. This time, though, it was much louder. Still, it could just be that the guy was working in his workshop even harder, or maybe some kind of animal rustling things around. I was about to put down my phone and write it off, when suddenly, I heard a loud bang at my back door. I instantly felt like everything was going in slow motion. I just knew someone was kicking the back door in. I thought to myself, this cannot be happening. Then came another bang, and another. It was all so loud, and it felt like the house itself was shaking. I could hear multiple points of glass shattering, and the banging continuing. This went on for what felt like an eternity, but was only a few minutes. In my panic, after the second or third bang, thinking I could scare them off by pretending a man was here, I yelled out in the deepest voice I could, then slammed my bedroom door closed. Obviously, that didn't really work. I locked it and called 000, then pushed my bed up against the door. The banging was still going on, even as I called the police. Just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. There was nowhere else to hide, so I was crouched down in the corner of the room near my bed. While on the phone with police, I could hear someone starting to kick in the bedroom door as well. I was screaming at this point. I don't even remember what I was saying to the operator, or what they were saying to me. I remember praying the police arrived before these people got inside my room. I could hear sirens. The banging on the bedroom door stopped immediately, and I saw torches shining into the bedroom window. Because I was so scared, I couldn't really comprehend what the operator was saying to me. I had no idea if those torchlights were whoever had just kicked in my back door and bedroom door, or if it was the police finally arriving. Now, I don't remember how I realized this, but it turned out it was the police outside. The next thing I remember, I was in the kitchen surrounded by 10 officers, crying and trying to explain what had happened. I was so inconsolable that the police had to use my boyfriend's army photos on the fridge to get his details to call the duty officer to allow him to come home. Once I calmed down a bit and my boyfriend got back, I saw the back gate to the patio was completely broken. The bedroom door was cracked and the back door had been thrown off its hinges with the deadlock completely ripped out of the wall. The laundry window had been smashed in as well. There were 2 sets of clear footprints on the door from where they had kicked the door in. I checked my phone and called 000 at 12:04 a.m. and had been on the phone for less than 5 minutes. What I think happened is that they must have followed me back from my walk. They could easily see from the road that I was alone and had been watching me on the path next to the kitchen for the evening. The noises I thought were the neighbor tinkering must have been them, and once I turned the lights off, they finally made their move. I don't think they anticipated the back door would be so hard to break down though, which is why they smashed the laundry room window. They couldn't unlock the deadbolt without the key though, so I guess they broke it down somehow. Luckily, that extra time saved me from whatever they were trying to do. The guys weren't ever caught, and we ended up moving house within the next few weeks. My boyfriend and I even ended up breaking up, as he was regularly out on duty and I couldn't stand to be home at night anymore. I would panic, cry, and not sleep until the sun would come up, and it put too much strain on the relationship. It wasn't until later that I realized I was experiencing PTSD, and after I worked through it, we got back together. I now live back in my home city in an apartment building that has 24/7 security, a billion cameras, and I got 2 dogs as well.